Takže znova sme tu a znova to ideme tvrdo prúdiť. Zase to sprasili v nahnitom tróne. V nahnitom tróne z toho znova robili krkovičku. Ale to už sa dalo čakať. Oni sú tým povestní. Takže znova sme tu a znova to ideme tvrdo prúdiť. My si zase nápojku na čierno to lízneme. Takže sme tu. Samozrejme na čierno si lízneme jeden 250 ml hel, jeden pol decák. Na čierno lízneme. Nikomu nepovieme. To je naša hláška. Na čierno lízneme a nikomu nepovieme. Nikomu. Ani bačkorke, ani krekerke, ani servátke, ani Mikrifičovi. Takže takto to vyzerá takýto hel. Je to klasický hel klasik. 250 ml servátka, 250 ml Valibook, vidíme to. Klasický hel klasik, klasický petolízač. S nejakými oškvrkami návrh, s nejakými oškvrkami. 250 ml servátka, 250 ml polecák. Malé sústo, malý mákovník. No ako to vyzerá, takýto bublifúk, takýto bubler. Nič prevratné, nič šokujúce, klasický bubler. No ako to vyzerá, takýto Helebrand. Dáme si do nosa, lízneme, nikomu nepovieme, samozrejme, a ideme ďalej. Dobre, dáme si do nosa, lízneme, nikomu nepovieme a ideme ďalej. Podádny špaci. Ale klasik. Dobre. Dobre, tuto by sme urobili veci. Lebo henty to samozrejme sprasili. Že máme nejaký priestor. A ako som povedal, je tu šanca, že niekedy sa oprašie Black Desert. Black Desert je dlho v ústraní. Len jazdíme na koňovi, ale vždy je šanca, že niekedy pôjdeme znova barterčiť, prevážať tovar, lode rúbať, kupovať a predávať. Hlavne keď prídu extrémne chore časy. Aj keď už je málo pravdepodobné, že v náhnitom tróne nebude čo robiť. Tam sa to pekne vždy otáča tiež. Dali odstávku, typujem, že to spustia najskôr o tej 6. O 6. o pol 7. Nejaká taká bačkorka by to bola asi. Dorazíme tohto. Free moles. What? Dorazíme toto týchto pičelízačov.
A young profiler with no apparent connection to him. Right away, fans were hooked. Why Liz? Why now? Who is this man? We're told he's a former Navy intelligence officer turned international criminal. But that's just the surface. It doesn't take long before things start to crack. Then comes the game changer. The Suitcase of Bones. Introduced in Season 4 and haunting the story for years, it holds the remains of the real Raymond Reddington. A DNA test confirms it. The man we followed all along, not the man the FBI, or even Liz, thought he was. This revelation explodes the central question. If he's not the real Raymond Reddington, then who is he? Liz becomes obsessed with finding out. She follows every lead, questions every story, digs through the past, and gets closer, but never close enough. Just when you think you have an answer, the show twists it again. By the time we reach the final season, one thing is clear. This wasn't just a spy thriller. It was a character-driven mystery. And for many fans, the final episode only added to the confusion. Some felt cheated, others felt satisfied. But almost everyone had the same question in their head. Did we ever really find out who Reddington was? The truth? The show was giving us answers all along, just not in the way we expected. Let's talk about the clues. First, the burn scars. Reddington is covered in them, especially on his back. A constant reminder of a past trauma. In one flashback, we see a woman, believed to be Katerina Rostova, dragging a man out of a fire. That man was presumed to be Reddington. But what if it wasn't? What if the one who was burned was Katerina herself? Second, his emotional connection to Liz. Reddington's affection for her is undeniable, but it's not romantic. It's not simply protective. It's something deeper. He's devastated when she's hurt, relentless when she's in danger, and quietly obsessed with her future. There's a tenderness in how he looks at her, like someone carrying a secret too heavy to share. Third, his knowledge of Katerina Rostova's life. Reddington speaks about her with familiarity, pain, and regret. But what stands out is the way he protects her legacy. He burns documents, erases files, and keeps enemies away from her story. Almost like he's not just guarding Katerina's past, but living it. Fourth, his refusal to confirm anything. Every time Liz asks directly, he dodges. Every time someone corners him with facts, he shifts the conversation. He talks in riddles, metaphors, and emotional parables, as if telling the truth would destroy everything. And maybe it would. Finally, the biggest clue. He never once calls himself the real Raymond Reddington. That name is a mask, a symbol, a tool. The man behind it? That's the real mystery. These clues aren't accidents. They're intentional, and they're everywhere. The blacklist wasn't careless with its mystery. It was layered, crafted, and filled with breadcrumbs that led not to one clear identity, but to an emotional truth. Reddington is not defined by his name. He's defined by his actions, and what he's willing to sacrifice. Let's get into the most compelling and most controversial theory in the Blacklist universe. the Red Arena theory. This theory suggests that Raymond Reddington, the man we've followed for 10 seasons, is actually Katerina Rostova, Liz Keene's mother,
What?
in disguise.
What?
Yes, you heard that right. Here's how it goes. After the real Reddington died, Katerina had reconstructive surgery, assumed his identity, and lived the rest of her life protecting her daughter as someone the world feared. Not her former self, but a new mask that could fight back, disappear into shadows, and shield Liz from enemies far more dangerous than the truth. It sounds wild at first, but when you trace the breadcrumbs, it makes sense. Let's start with the why. Katerina was hunted by multiple intelligence agencies. She had burned bridges with Russia and the United States. She was considered one of the most dangerous spies in the world. Her daughter, Masha, later known as Liz, was in grave danger simply because of her parentage. The only way to keep Liz safe was to disappear, but not as herself. Instead, as the one man powerful enough to protect her, Raymond Reddington. This explains Red's emotional complexity. He's not just protective of Liz. He's deeply conflicted, often teetering between parenthood and secrecy. He gives Liz just enough to keep her close, but never the full truth, because revealing it might have destroyed her. Then there's the how. In the show, there are multiple allusions to plastic surgery. Red even knows surgeons skilled in identity reconstruction. One of the most referenced plot points is that Katerina underwent surgery to disappear. A new face, a new voice, a new life. Think about this. Reddington is fluent in Russian, intimately familiar with Katerina's past, and shows an almost maternal understanding of Liz's psychology. The tenderness, the fear, the hesitation to hurt her even when necessary. Then there's the episode where Red is almost captured by a Russian operative and says, "You think you know who I am. You have no idea what I gave up." That's not something a casual criminal says. That's someone who sacrificed everything. And here's the kicker. The show never explicitly denies this theory. Not once. It dances around it, hints at it, even teases us with scenes that almost reveal the truth. But it never outright says, no, Reddington is not Katerina. Why? Because the ambiguity is the point. Let's talk about that choice, because it frustrated a lot of fans. You watched 10 seasons. You saw the clues. You lived through the suitcase reveal, the betrayals, the final standoff. And then the show ends, without telling you who he is. Why? Because his identity wasn't the story. The real story was Liz's emotional journey, not Red's secret. Every time she got close to the truth, it challenged her identity, her loyalty, her beliefs. The writers wanted you to feel what she felt. Confused, betrayed, desperate for answers. Just like her, you were meant to chase something you would never fully catch. Reddington wasn't meant to be a gotcha twist. He was a symbol of protection, of sacrifice, of love twisted by the need to survive. He became whoever he had to be to protect Liz. Maybe Katerina, maybe someone else, maybe both. But the point is, he chose that identity not for himself, but for her. It's also a brilliant storytelling tool. Leaving the mystery open keeps fans debating. It gives the show a legacy. It lets each viewer decide what they believe and why. This is what we call the difference between factual truth and emotional truth. Factual truth is, this is who Reddington is. Emotional truth is, this is who he became and why it mattered. And that emotional truth is what The Blacklist was really about. So how does this all tie back to Elizabeth Keene? Because from the very beginning, this was her story just as much as it was his. Maybe even more. Liz starts as a young FBI profiler, a blank slate. She's thrown into chaos the moment Reddington walks into her life. Everything she thought she knew about herself, her family, and her job is upended. And yet, through it all, she forms a bond with Red. A strange, complicated, beautiful, maddening bond. Sometimes it feels like family. Sometimes like friendship. Sometimes like fate. She tries to walk away, but never can. And deep down, She wants one thing more than justice or answers. She wants the truth. But the truth never comes. Not fully. Reddington keeps her close, but never reveals the full story. He fears what the truth would do to her. He fears what it would destroy. And maybe he fears losing the only person left who still sees him as more than a ghost. And then, just when Liz is ready to hear it, she dies. Tragic? Yes. Frustrating? To many fans, absolutely. But thematically, it completes the circle. Reddington's entire life, all the lies, all the manipulation, was built around protecting Liz. And in the end, he couldn't protect her. Just like Katarina couldn't protect her child all those years ago. It's poetic, painful, and in a strange way, redemptive. Reddington loses everything. Liz is gone. The truth dies with her, and the man behind the mask. He walks off into the unknown, maybe to die, maybe to disappear, maybe to finally become himself, whoever that may be. It's not about who he was, it's about what he did, and who he did it for. Let's address the elephant in the room. Many fans were furious with the finale. After 10 years of slow burn storytelling, breadcrumbs, shocking reveals, emotional breakdowns, and cliffhangers, people wanted a concrete answer. They wanted a moment, just one, where Raymond Reddington stood still, looked at Liz, or even the audience, and said, "This is who I am." But that moment never came. And to some, that felt like betrayal. Like the writers had pulled off an elaborate con, only to walk away with the payoff still locked in a box. But here's the thing. Maybe they weren't cheating us. Maybe they were challenging us. There's a big difference between a lazy ending and an open ending. A lazy ending is when a show doesn't know how to tie up its plot and just stops. An open-ended one? That's when the story chooses not to give you all the answers. Because the journey, the ambiguity, the feeling is the answer. Think about The Sopranos. Tony is in the diner. He looks up. The screen cuts to black. You don't know if he was shot. You don't know if he lived. People debated it for years, and still do. Why? Because the moment wasn't about what happened. It was about how you felt when it did. Tension, paranoia, fear. That was the point. Or, take Inception. The spinning top at the end. Is Cobb still dreaming? Did he make it back to reality? Nolan never tells us, because it's not about whether the top falls. It's about the fact that Cobb doesn't care anymore. He chooses his emotional reality over a logical one. These endings endure. People remember them. Not because they gave answers, but because they gave meaning. And The Blacklist fits that same category. It dared to say, "We've shown you who he is. Now you decide what that means." That's not a betrayal. That's bold storytelling.
Ale trepeš
It gives the
kurvy,
audience just
chorý
enough to
hnis.
debate, wonder, and in some ways grieve.
Chorý
Because if
hnis.
Reddington had given a clean, wrapped-up identity at the end, the mystery would have died. The legacy would have shrunk. But because he didn't, the story lives on. In forums, in fan theories, in hearts. And yes, even in videos like this one. So let's go back to the question we started with. Who was Raymond Reddington? A naval officer? A master criminal? Katerina Rostova? An imposter? A ghost? Yes. And no. And maybe. Because the genius of The Blacklist wasn't in telling us who he was. It was in showing us why he was who he needed to be. For Liz. For the mission. For redemption. He was a father. Not because of blood, but because of sacrifice.
To nevieme.
He was a protector.
Jebo.
Not because of a badge or gun, but because of his choices. He was a ghost. Not because he was dead, but because his past could never be fully known. Reddington was a man shaped by loss, love, and secrets so heavy they had to be worn like armor. He walked through fire, betrayed nations, killed enemies, lied to everyone, and still, in his own way, loved harder than most people could ever understand. That's why his identity doesn't matter. What matters is what he meant to Liz, what he gave up, what he protected, what he carried. And that's why we watched, not for the twist, but for the truth behind the mask. So, who was Raymond Reddington, He was whoever Liz needed him to be. And maybe that's the most honest answer of all. So now it's your turn. What do you believe? Was Reddington Katarina? Someone
Strážka.
else entirely?
Kokotina.
Or something even deeper? Drop your theory in the comments. I read everyone. And if you love breaking down twists, mysteries, and endings like this, hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications. This is TV and Film Explained, where confusing shows meet clear answers. I'll see you in the next video.
The servers are back online and we have the new update. We can partake in the new Amatoy PvP arena. The Goblin event has returned. There's a new shop update with some new skins. We have a new battle pass, a new event store. They nicely did go and update the patch notes blog, so it now properly includes all of the weapon balance changes.
Google,
We
posadzisz
have
się?
the new artifact UI, the life skill bag, and the ability to upgrade skill cores. However, the server's been having issues, and they've just posted an announcement that they're putting all servers under temporary maintenance while they work to fully restore the service. They will provide updates as soon as normal operations resume, and I'll leave an update in a pinned comment below. But let's get back to the rest of the video. First of all, the new event. Well, in order to get the splash coins, simply go to your check-in event every day, claim this reward. It's going to last 4 weeks. Opening this pack gives us these splash coins and this food. The food will give you the ability to craft this new dish, giving 100% weapon mastery and solid bonus. We need to test if this stacks with the golden apple pie, because you ideally want that token efficiency as well. You can then go to special events here, queue up to the new PvP. Again, it's very much like the winter event, PvP Amatoys. It's a 6v6, and when you enter, you'll select one of the Amatoys to choose. Your whole team can't be the same one. I don't really recommend this sniper guy. I had the most fun when I switched to this shark, which is very similar to that Yeti we had during the winter event, where you can push people into the water. And you can see when you successfully do so, they get eaten. So just a bit of fun. And when you get wins, you'll get awarded more of these splash coins, up to 5 wins per week. And then you will go to spend the splash coins in the store. It will cost a lot, but you can get 4 entropy shards, 8 chaos prisms, and this is just total. Every day you ideally want to purchase the growth stones. That's 15 per day for a 4-week event. 420 growth stones. Not too bad. But then you'll only be able to get 100 unlock stones, 100 conversion stones, 100 extract stones. You can get some chaos runes. This is really good. More of those
daily limit.
ingredients to craft that new food that we just looked at. And then yes, some cosmetics, which are pretty expensive. You are also able to get a buff from the whale, and this should give you the ability to farm more of those water coins when, say, doing those abyss dungeons. Might be something you want to consider doing to make sure you can get all the rewards. But then, yes, there's the new Goblin event. As far as I'm aware, this occurs at the same time as the Arceum event. I'll put a pinned comment below if that changes. You will get an announcement, and these things will appear anywhere in Silesia, as I found. Each named area will have 1 or 2 goblin chiefs. They drop these purple chests, which they seem to have changed. The chance to get gear is far lower than we had with the original Golden Goblin event. So once you get the announcement that these goblins appear, they will keep spawning for 15 minutes, that being just the small goblins. The chiefs will spawn once at the start, and then that's it. These smaller goblin chests do have the ability to give you growth stones and upgrade materials, and then the same chance to get that tier 2 gear. It's again the same drop rate as the chief chests. What this means is it's going to be just more effective to farm the small goblins. There's no real reason to actually do the chiefs now. I will open them and have a look, but first let's clear some inventory. What you want to do to take advantage of the new bag, the life skill bag, is go to your bank, make sure to put all of the life skill foods and stuff in the bank, and then when you take them out of the bank, they should automatically go within your life skill bag, all of these food items that you use for cooking. So opening 21 of these smaller goblin chests, we can see what rewards we're getting. We luckily got the spectral pants, but then yes, just a bunch of upgrade materials. And we got the profile frame and more splash coins. But then opening the chief chest, we do not guaranteed get a gear piece, and we only got a nebula pouch and some splash coins. So they most definitely have changed those. It is no longer as valuable to go for the chiefs. You may as well just get as many of the smaller goblins as you can. It's a little confusing when the event's actually supposed to end, because this states it's up until the 21st of August, but their event blog still states it's only till the 13th. But again, make sure every day you buy those growth stones. Now, as for the new event food, you will have to go and do a bunch of fishing, get lucky, and catch the right fish. In this example, I got the Azure Marlin fish, and this is indeed one of the fish needed to craft this event food. We grabbed some vegetable oil simply at the Sundries Merchant, and now we can create it at our oven. This gave us one of them. The food will expire in 34 days. We can first consume the golden apple pie. We have the buff, and then we can consume the new food, and you can see they do not stack. You can only use either or. It is the best to have. It just requires a little bit of work to actually go fishing first. But now let's have a look at the new battle pass. You can purchase the premium pass for the standard price of 500 Lucent, and you can see all of the following rewards. It has some different items. A pretty cool glide morph. Everybody will get this bubbles emote, and you get these pouches. And these are the pouches that actually give you the trait extracts for the legendary gear. But this is a very measly chance, and it's a total of 2% to get any one of them. Otherwise, you still get some neat materials like unlock stones, extract stones. We get a total of 1 entropy shard, 2 more pouches here, 50 growth stones of each, 60 unlock stones, 6 chaos prisms, another 60 unlock stones here, and then the new tidal weapons. You will be able to choose 2 of them, but it seems you won't be able to purchase the others from the store, so you'll be still limited to just 2. It's decent with an increase in the amount of unlock stones. I'll probably just buy it for the Chaos Prisms. That'll help upgrade your legendary gear, and the 1 entropy shard. We can see what all of them look like here. This is the Tidal Greatsword, the Tidal Sword and Shield, the daggers, the crossbows, the longbow, your staff, the wand and the book, and the spear. 2 of them just for 500 Lucent via the premium of the Battle Pass. You have 4 weeks to complete it. But if we look at the shop, we can see they're also selling the new bundle. This comes with that new outfit. And you can remove the decoration just to remove a bit of the frills. You can, of course, switch to the male outfit. So without the decoration, you're topless. Then otherwise you can wear this half shirt. Those sunglasses do have quite a few variants. You can unlock this hat, sunglasses with the hat, and then sunglasses with this hairband. On the female character, you will get this little hair tie, and then you can get that with sunglasses, and then you can also get the hat. But that's it. You will also get this Amatoy with it too. Otherwise, nothing really new in the store. Some rotating morphs and Amatoys. And there's one skin you may be curious about. It is in our Mirror Boutique now, and when we load up the game, we get a preview of the Desert Mirage outfit. This is it with the headdress on the female character, and then for the male character, you get the full gladiator setup. You can remove the decorations, that's just to remove some ornamentation, and that's the same here for the female character. But we'll have to wait probably a week or 2 before they release it in the store. Finally, it is a new week, so you can go do your raids, get your legendary gear, you can do your trials, work on your leaderboards. As far as I'm aware, there's no exploits. The leaderboards seem to be somewhat reasonable. We have definitely power crept these trials versus how they were when they released near the start of Tier 2, so they are a bit easier. They just require precise coordination and perfect blocks. It is weekly resets, so purchase your scrolls, your food. You can see a bunch of that food now just goes in this other section of the inventory, which is great. Get those trait conversion stones from your guild. I get all these things too every day. And the contract coins usually get the extract stones, the ink, and you can potentially get mystic keys too. The ink is actually useful now, a bit more than before, as creating lithographs can be worth it to actually sell this gear. For example, the spectral pants, I could sell for like 440 lucent. Spend those resistance medals, get the ores at the very least, otherwise upgrade materials. And Nebula, they made a slight change where you can purchase greater Nebula stones straight up with 15 of the normal Nebula stones, although you probably want a ton of these because you ideally want to get this chest, which guarantees you a Nebula accessory. It's a chance at which one though. Unfortunately, in the weekly missions, you will no longer get any extra shards, any extra chaos prisms for completing the raid or getting to 500 points. Again, for the Goblin event, they appear for 15 minutes after you get the notification, and they should be at these times. We just had 12:30 UTC earlier. Additionally, I recommend setting up your astral vision. I have it on middle mouse button. That way I can pin the ground like this, and I can do it off far in the distance too. And if you go to your astral vision settings, you can put it on only elite monsters. That way, when you ping ahead of you with your middle mouse button, it will automatically highlight any elite enemy, which includes those goblins. So I hope this helps. Thanks all for watching. Another massive thank you to the support of my channel members. I want to see you guys around. Goodbye for now.
Chory si.
Welcome to Nuka Nights. Hello everyone, I hope you're having a great time in the wasteland. If you want to support Nuka Nights, make sure to like this video, subscribe the channel, and activate all alerts. This helps YouTube algorithm to spread the video and grow the channel. In this Fallout 76 data mining video, I will show you the current changes to the popular Fastnacht event. Normally it's happening early of the year, but now Bethesda has decided to bring it on in July again. Next time, from 29th July to 12th August 2025, you can join the next Fastnacht season in Helvetia, every hour on the hour. If you don't know what this event is about, check out my previous event guide video in the corner of the screen or in the description. But now, let's get into the current changes. I'll start with a quick summary. There are 6 new masks, 5 of them are rare, the drop rate for rare masks has been raised, and several masks have been shifted in the lists. The rewards are divided into several lists. Some are guaranteed drops, some are rare. This is the default list, which has a guaranteed drop chance. Some only drop until they are learned, some always drop. Like the recently added improved bait, you get 1, 2, 3 improved bait per event. This was recently added to all public events. You also get this Beerstein display case if you have not learned it. You also get the Fastnacht souvenir Beerstein if you haven't learned it. You get the Third Man Spell display rate basic if you haven't learned it. You get the title Masked if you haven't learned it by 100%. And you get the glowing title by 5% drop chance until you have learned it. Next is the common list, which only contained 5 masks before. The Giant, Soldier, the Witch, Toothy and Owl masks, and now they've added the Fastnacht Barret, the Blue Devil mask, the Goblin mask, the Honeybee mask, the Jester mask, also the Skull mask, the Sun mask to this list and removed it from the uncommon list. This list has a total drop chance of 23.75%, which is 1.98% per mask after this change. So far, so good. But now let's check out the common list. This list has a total drop chance of 71.25%, which is 3.39% per mask now. The list had 17 items before, now it has 21. And look what masks were shifted into this list. The corn cob mask is a new one, but there are also several masks added from the rare list to this uncommon list. There is the Brahmin mask, the buffoon mask, the crazy guy, the death claw, the demon mask, the fiend mask, the hag, the loon, the raven mask, and also the winter man. All these masks are uncommon now and drop by a 3.39% chance. They are not rare anymore. I guess that's bad news for some of you. And now let's check out the rare list. This list has a total drop chance of 5% and contains 20 items now, which is 0.25% drop chance per mask now. Before this change, the drop chance was 0.2% and the list contained 25 items, so it's slightly better now. The list overall only contains glowing masks now, and here are the new ones. The Fasnacht glowing corn cob mask, the glowing jester mask, which is the buffoon originally. This is the glowing owl mask, the glowing skull mask, and the glowing sun mask. And there are also the previous glowing masks, the glowing elf mask, the glowing alien mask, the glowing Bigfoot mask, the glowing blue devil mask, the glowing honeybee mask, the glowing jackalope mask, the glowing minotaur mask, the glowing pig mask, the glowing robot mask, the glowing scorch beast mask, the glowing scorch beast queen mask, the glowing turkey mask, the glowing unicorn mask, the glowing Veggieman mask, and the Father Winter helmet is still in the list. And there is also the plants list, but there is no change in this one. There's also the old plants as you know them already, the beeswax candle, the balloons, the garland, the confetti, the flagpoles, everything as you know already. Beer stein, flower boxes, flower ring boxes, the Birdman bells, the authorized butter churn, the mega sloth pill block, Fasnacht donut, and sausage, everything as you maybe already know. That's all for this video. Check out the written article on localnights.com. You can track your Fasnacht reward drops and all other event drops with the checklist system in your Plus or Prime account. Thank you for supporting Luca Nights and see you in the next video or on localnights.com. Check out the Luca Nights app. It's available now on Google Play Store for Android smartphones and tablets. The app contains all features you already know from the website. If you have a login already, you're ready to go. You can now access weekly loop codes, current daily ops info, season progress, data mining news, latest events, build guides and other Fallout 76 news directly from this app. Get it now on Google Play. And don't worry iOS users, an iOS app is also under construction.
Zlatá éra slovenského futbalu. Tak to som asi to som asi nežil vtedy.
bring it back to good old Mona Lisa and the main building.
And now prove that Reddington was cut in our store. What?
Great! Mona Lisa's fully loaded. Let's hit the road and get out of here.
Ach, chorí ľudia.
What the hell is that thing? It's huge! I can see it from here. Kill it before it, comes this way.
Či Gargamelka dobre, relaxuješ? Gargamelka. Vyzerá, že relaxuje. Problém je, sa hrabe v zadku. Čo sa hrabeš v tom zadku? Chceš trošku masáže? Trošku mankovej masáže, trošku mankovej? Trošku mankaču? Mazaný kožuch, mazaná kožušina.
Vítajte v politickej aréne.
K dúhovému pochodu, ktorý sa uskutočnil v Bratislave, sa s odstupom pár dní vyjadril aj europoslanec z republiky Milan Mazurek a jeho reakcia je jednoznačne najtvrdšia z toho, ako sa politici vyjadrili doposiaľ. Servítku pred ústa si veru nedával. Vážení diváci, napíšte nám svoj názor do komentárov. Súhlasíte s Milanom Mazurekom?
Priznám sa, že som úplne znechutený zo všetkých tých záberov, ktoré som videl z bratislavského dúhového pochodu, najmä preto, že keď sme minulý rok boli v Bruseli na tom ich celoeurópskom dúhovom pochode, tak sme vám chceli ukázať, k akým zvrátenostiam to vedie. Boli sme úplne znechutení a zhrození, keď sme tam videli skupiny ľudí, ktorí sa prakticky nahý prezliekali za psov v nejakých kožených oblekoch, nechávali sa vodiť na vodítku, štekali tam. Proste ukazovali, že absolútne nie sú normálni a že tá ich zvrátenosť dosiahla limity, ktoré normálna spoločnosť proste nemôže tolerovať. A prešiel rok. Jeden jediný rok a už sa to isté dialo v Bratislave. Tak rýchlo pokračuje celá tá ich duhová agenda. Tak rýchlo sme sa dostali od nárekov, že my potrebujeme dediť, potrebujeme vidieť zdravotnú dokumentáciu našich partnerov potrebujeme sa prezliekať za psov, hrať sa na to, že už nie sme ľudia, nechať sa vodiť na vodítku, štekať ako retardovaní a tváriť sa, že my to máme akceptovať, tolerovať, že to je normálne.
Pardon? Hore. Sadni. Dobrý Jarko.
Nie je to normálne. A keď niekto takéto šialené exhibicionistické prejavy sexuálnych deviácií nepodporuje a nechce tolerovať, tak naopak, to je normálne. A ja sa cítim práve v tejto skupine ľudí. Mrzí ma dve veci. Jedna je tá, že vláda s týmto absolútne nič nerobí, ešte tam posiela masy policajtov, aby týchto ľudí chránili. A druhá vec, ktorá ma mrzí, je, že to otvorene podporujú politické strany. Najmä Saska a Progresívne Slovensko. A keď je nejaká politická strana presvedčená, že je normálne, ak sa človek prezlieka za psa v erotickom prevedení a chodí tak po uliciach, tak je to politická strana, ktorá je absolútne skazená, zvrátená, nechutná a plná degenerátov. A preto ma mrzí, ak chcú nejakí mladí ľudia voliť Sasku alebo Progresívne Slovensko, keď chcú voliť ľudí, ktorí by zo Slovenska doslova urobili Sodomu a Gomoru. My v hnutí Republika máme názory jasné, v hodnotách máme jasno a takéto zvrátenosti nikdy podporovať nebudeme. Pre viac politických konfrontácií dajte odber.
Ahojte, Dukatka. Vítam vás na mojom YouTube kanáli. Budem tu sledovať a komentovať najmä politiku, tak sa môžete pridať.
Priznám sa, že som úplne znechutený zo všetkých tých záberov, ktoré som videl z bratislavského dúhového pochodu, najmä preto, že keď sme minulý rok boli v Bruseli na tom ich celoeurópskom dúhovom pochode, tak sme vám chceli ukázať, k akým zvrátenostiam to vedie. Boli sme úplne znechutení a zhrození, keď sme tam videli skupiny ľudí, ktorí sa prakticky nahý prezliekali za psov v nejakých kožených oblekoch, nechávali sa vodiť na vodítku, štekali tam. Proste ukazovali, že absolútne nie sú normálni a že tá ich zvrátenosť dosiahla limity, ktoré normálna spoločnosť proste nemôže tolerovať. A prešiel rok. Jeden jediný rok a už sa to isté dialo v Bratislave.
Večer to povie tá pičeska,
som videl. Celá tá podporovať nebudeme.
Pekný deň želám. Prihováram sa vám takto po dlhšej dobe, nakoľko nechcem leto tráviť komentovaním politiky, ale toto si neodpustím. Musím úprimne povedať, video Milana Mazureka som si pozrela viackrát a som rada, že to niekto povedal takto nahlas. Z toho, čo sa dialo v Bratislave, na tom dúhovom pochode, mi bolo nielen smutno, ale aj fyzicky zle. Na úvod poviem, že ja proti homosexuálom a lesbám nemám absolútne nič. Vadí mi ten spôsob prezentácie, volania po pozornosti a doslova robenia z toho chlebovej témy. A áno, presne ako Milan spomenul, varovali sme, že kam to smeruje a po roku sa to už deje priamo u nás. Ľudia v kožených postrojoch, na vôckach, štekanie, nahota a takýmto spôsobom volajú po tolerancii? Vážne? Toto je ten najlepší spôsob boja za svoje práva? Mimochodom, nevšimla som si, že by im nejaké boli upierané. To takíto psíci si chcú adoptovať deti? No nie. Ironicky poznamenám, že útulky sú plné šteniatok. Toto už naozaj nemá nič spoločné s toleranciou ani ľudskými právami. Toto je čistá zvrátenosť. Si predstavte, že ja ako hetero by som vybehla na námestie odetá v koženom prádielku a bojovala by som tak o svoje práva a ešte na to čerpala dotácie skrz mimovládky. O čo týmto ľuďom vlastne ide? Veď za nich sa musia hanbiť aj slušní homosexuáli či lesby. A najhoršie je, že to niektorí politici nielenže tolerujú, oni to aktívne podporujú. Akože vážne si niekto myslí, že keď človek behá nahý po ulici, tvári sa ako pes a vyžaduje rešpekt, že je to normálne? Prepáčte, ale nie, toto je spoločenský rozklad. A keď niekto povie pravdu, tak je hneď extrémista. Takto kam sme sa dostali. Mazurek to vystihol dokonale, že vláda nič nerobí, ešte aj policajtov tam pošlú, aby chránili túto show. Ja nie som žiadny puritán, ale toto jednoducho do ulic nepatrí. Podpora psychických porúch v priamom prenose. Úprimne, ak toto je vízia budúcnosti Slovenska, tak ďakujem, neprosím. Nie som žiadna nenávistná osoba, rešpektujem každého, ale nedovolím, aby mi niekto diktoval, že chlapi, ktorí sa cítia ako psíci, štekajú tam, že toto je normálne. Nie je. A my, ktorí máme ešte zvyšok zdravého rozumu, to musíme povedať nahlas. Takže palec hore Mazurekovi a dúfam, že takýchto hlasov bude čoraz viac. Slovensko si zaslúži viac a nie riešiť pseudoproblémy menšiny, ktorá nevie, čo so sebou a zjavne potrebuje odbornú pomoc. Ak sa vám video páčilo, tak budem rada za každý odber a like. Verím, že vytvoríme silnú komunitu odvážnych ľudí so zdravým rozumom.
Ľudia sa zaostala chorá rasa. No, čo sa na tým ešte sa podívame. Čo je Tulsi Gabbard? Čo je Gabbard?
Like secret meetings with multiple named U.S. religious organizations in which State Department officials offered, in exchange for supporting Secretary Clinton's campaign for the presidency, significant increases in financing from the State Department. They also had documents that showed the patronage of the State Department to State Department employees who would go and support Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evidence of Hillary's, quote, psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness, and that then Secretary Clinton was allegedly on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers. Then CIA Director Brennan and the intelligence community mischaracterized intelligence and relied on dubious substandard sources to create a contrived false narrative that Putin developed a quote-unquote clear preference for Trump. Brennan and the IC misled lawmakers by referencing the debunked Steele dossier to assess quote-unquote Russia's plans and intentions, falsely suggesting that this dossier had intelligence value when he knew that it was discredited. The intelligence community excluded significant intelligence and ignored or selectively quoted reliable intelligence that contradicted the intelligence community's findings on Putin's alleged support for Trump. Including this intelligence reporting would have exposed the ICA's claim as implausible, if not ridiculous. The intelligence community assessment omitted reliably sourced information, such as how some Russian intelligence officials were quote-unquote planning for candidates.
Už na toľko máca, že sa potrebujem vyčmudiť, Gogo. Ja sa potrebujem vyčmudiť. Ja sa potrebujem vyčmudiť, Gogo. Ja sa potrebujem vyčmudiť. Ja sa potrebujem vyčmudiť, ja trochu si vystať kolcu a poď, ideme. Takže je to tvrdé, ale dáme si jednu tyčku, jedného týkoša. Pán Štolberka vzadu zarezaný, ale on za chvíľu príde. Lebo je to on, náš pán Štolberka. Samozrejme je tu plešinka. Stále má plešinku. Vidíme ho. Prišiel sa pozrieť, že ako sa to tu hýbe. Plešinka z Markového súdka. Náš gurmán, náš plešter. Trošku sa ide napiť. Povieme, že on sa tam vždy vyšliapne, to je jeho podpis.
This is why they shouldn't have made it so you can steal people's names in solo queue. Because, like, this Ezreal is going around flaming people with Zwag's name, but I just looked at Zwag's stream and it is not him. So, like, isn't that kind of crazy that he can just take someone's name and start flaming? I had someone, by the way, they messaged me, and they were like, Minishcap, why'd you get my account banned? I was like, what are you talking about? They said, I was playing a game against you, and you reported me, and my account got permabanned. I was like, bro, what? But it was somebody stealing my name. It wasn't actually me. Like, this is why this should not be allowed for this guy to do this. But this is another thing that Riot killed for no reason. Account names. Oh, buddy. My friends have started playing League again? Hell yeah, Terry! Welcome back, bro! It's been a minute! The jungle legend himself, dude. At least I'm getting collapsed on. He's already dead, whatever. Hate to see it. Hate to see it.
On my way.
Welcome, Mr. Terry. Hope you're doing well. He timed his Oni out. That's hilarious. Nice gameplay, Habibi. Well, if he chases my proxy, he loses a lot of CS. I miss some CS right there, but I think it's okay. If he was playing good, he wouldn't get banned. But like the thing is that he blamed me for it, regardless of whether or not he would get banned. Regardless, but you know what I mean? He still blamed me for it, and I shouldn't take any blame there. It wasn't my fault. I didn't do it. I wasn't in the game, but he thought that I was, and someone stole my name, right?
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, I feel like she was out and then died somehow. Hate to see it. Whatever. Fire burning on the day.
Bože, týchto kokotov nemôžem ani pozrieť, aký sú sprostí. Sa nedá pozerať. Proste ten primitívny ľudský mozog, ako to na neskutočne primitívnej úrovni odsýpajú. Neskutočne chorej primitívnej úrovni sprosté narušené. Toto je juniorka, toto je sestra Plešinky juniora, toto je ona. Toto je juniorka, to je ona. Sestra Plešinky juniora. Vítaj doma, juniorka. Posaď sa, relaxuj. Chod si vysať kocora, juniorka. Ty čo, kreker? Dojde si mi trošku fazule? Počkaj tu. Dojde si ti fazulu. Počkaj, postaň. Odletel náš gurman. Ťažko s ním ťažko. On je strašne podravný tvor, tiež, strašne podravný tvor. Robí konflikty. Strašne podravný tvor, robí konflikty. Keby sme nemali aj tak dosť konfliktov. Konflikty sa tu vyrúbáva. Konflikte. Oni títo špáci, oni sú strašne podravní. To je nemysliteľné. Také trošku podravné tovary, no.
And finally, in the United Kingdom, a video has left many stunned, hurt, and questioning the depths of disrespect some are willing to show in the name of a prank, or even worse. A viral clip from London has sparked outrage after a man was seen eating fried chicken inside ISKCON's Govinda restaurant, a sacred, strictly vegetarian space for devotees of Krishna consciousness. What unfolded next has triggered not just anger, but a wave of emotional reactions from people who say the act is more than just a violation of house rules, being seen as an assault on spiritual sanctity. Here's the full report.
In what many are calling a deeply disrespectful and painful act, a viral video has surfaced showing a man eating chicken inside Govinda's in London. It's a strictly vegetarian restaurant run by the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, commonly known as ISKCON. The man has been identified by social media users as a TikToker who goes by the name Senzo. He's known to make prank videos. The video, which has been widely circulated online, shows the influencer believed to be of African British descent. entering the restaurant and asking if it is a vegan restaurant. When a staff member politely informs him that the restaurant does not serve meat, onions, or garlic, the man then opens a bucket of KFC and starts eating it inside the premises. The man then offers pieces of chicken to other diners and staff. A horrified staff member can be seen saying no to the prankster. One concerned customer even confronted him, reminding him that his actions are a violation of the restaurant's values and environment. Despite the plea, the man continues with his act, forcing the staff to call security. The influencer is eventually escorted out of the restaurant. ISKCON London issued a statement later to condemn the incident. The letter stated that this is happening due to lack of spiritual content in the education system. Youngsters nowadays are deriving happiness from other people's misery, and insensitive incidents like these are posted on social media for viewers to enjoy. What has hurt many the most is not just the act itself, but the setting in which it occurred. For the followers of ISKCON and practitioners of Krishna consciousness, Govinda's isn't just a restaurant, it's an extension of the temple, a place of purity and peace where food is seen as a spiritual offering. To bring meat, let alone consume it inside, is more than just offensive. The video has left the global Hindu and ISKCON communities deeply shaken. Many are questioning whether the act was a thoughtless prank, a calculated attempt to offend religious sentiments. In a world already grappling with rising intolerance, this incident serves as a painful reminder of how easy it is to wound and how vital it is to treat all beliefs, no matter how different, with dignity and care.
Plešinka junior, poď si vysieť kocúra, nestoj tam. Dostajú ťa nejakí pičusovia, nestoj tam. Víte, Plešinka junior, došiel si za matkou? Došiel si za matkou? Za belochom? Plešinka junior, poznáš ju? Belocha. Bacha na ňu, Plešinka junior, lebo sa do teba pustí. Beloch je tiež nevyspytateľná žena. Zatiaľ vyzerajú, že sú miery. No, ani nie, už sa do neho chce pustiť. Už sa chce do neho zahryznúť. Belok, žena, nechaj Plečenko juniora. Nechaj syna. Nechaj toho záškodníka. Možno sa katastrofalo konca Beloch. Vedeli sme, že raz to príde. Vedeli sme, že raz to príde, žena. Free lunchbox. Takže dorazíme Fallout, to je taká 20 minútovka znova, do 20 minút sme mali byť vylizaní. Belok, žena, čo ty okaňa? Relaxuj. Vystri si kocúva. Takže máme vintage alcoholic beverage. To znamená, dáme si do nosa jednu bagetku. Sugar free Nuka Shine. Vintage Mar Magic Moonshine. Moleti Molmine je antiseptik. Belo ho nejako nenápadne sa približuješ k juniorovi. Nechaj juniora v kľude relaxovať. Nechaj juniora, žena. Antiseptika, ryby odchytíme, Molred, Molminer. Oni čkali na to, pak ideme odchytiť ryby. Tuto bola nejaká chorá kurva domáca, ktorá tam vylizovala. Odchytíme pár pletožrtov, dobre? Pár pletožrtov. Len také 3 servátky, dobre? Žiadne vylomeniny. Piče, to ten skurvesen. Počujem ho zo svišťa, to skurvesena Mothmana. Kde je? Dve ryby odchytím. Poďme spolu točiť. Poďme spolu raziť. Poďme spolu odsýpať. Poďme spoločne odsýpať. No. Či je to hlava, alebo nie. Oni to spravili tú misiu, tie chore pičoviny. Tak rýchlo, tie chore sračky nahnité. No nič, antiseptik. Antiseptik je tuto. Takže 3 kúsky zošrotujeme. Molminer Mowarat. Myslíme si, že už to spustili? Oni to nespustia do 7. To znamená, nestihneme ďalšiu rybu. Ale že to už to v podstate nemá takú váhu. Už nerobíme Lizardov, pretože nemáme na to peniaze. Ako mohol by som ešte robiť Lizardov, mám na to nejaké peniaze, ale hovorím. To je... Neviem chytiť tých Lizardov, takže to je také buržoázne. No. Neviem chytiť tých Lizardov. Plus tu máme kurvy domáce, ktoré tu vylizujú chore. Môžeme craftnúť nejaké chemikálie. Ja. Tí kokoti to spustia možno o 7, a tá misia bude vylizaná. Craftneme chemikálie. Treba craftnúť chemikálie. Lebo nechce sa mi ísť do pagody, takže craftneme chemikálie tu. Vonku prší, vonku sa to slíži znova. Craftneme chemikálie a možno toto bude, nie? I woke up this morning, was not opening experience, that's fine. Chemistu. Je to iná verva. Mene soplo. Žiadne kýchania, mene soplo. Koňa. Kde je toto? Kde je táto pláž?
Hey everyone, welcome back to another Fallout 76 video on the channel. We've got some exciting news for you today to catch up with the little bits and bobs that got announced last night, and that was the new community calendar in kind of quotation marks. Now before I dive into anything, I'm sorry, I've just got to say this, but claiming this is a roadmap, I'm not naming names, but like how wet, Jesus Christ, that is literally just begging for views at that point. That triggered me. So yeah, it's not a roadmap by any means. It's literally a quarter of a community calendar, to say the least. It's literally just for August. We haven't got September, which is when the next update is meant to hit. So calling it a roadmap in the title of your video, you know who you are. If that's criminal, I'm sorry, that's baiting people. And I know I do the odd little thing, but that's going a bit kind of far-fetched. Anyways, I'll go on a tangent. In the news this, we got the community calendar, and with it, we found out what's going on over the next month in August. Now, it starts off with Fashion Night literally in the next 5 days, when it kicks off on July the 29th till August the 12th. We've got a few other standout things like Double Score in there from July the 31st to the 4th. We've got a mini season coming along August the 12th till August the 26th, which is the kind of main talking point of today's video, which we will be getting into in just a moment. And then to finish the other bits and bobs, you've got the Script Surplus, mutated public events, and also the Treasure Hunters, as you can see on screen. Now, thanks to data miners, we already have the information required for this new mini season that's coming out, and I'm going to presume it's going to work very much like the previous one. And when you click on the seasons menu, you'll get two different options. You'll have the option number 1, the current season that we're playing through, and option number 2, which will be the new mini season. Looking at it last time, as you can see, it worked in a kind of way as when you could open it up, if you had the tickets, you could literally complete it there and then within like 5 seconds by just going through and buying everything. So everything had its own price in terms of tickets that you earn from ranking up your score. And I think the most expensive one last time, as you can see, was the duffel bag full of cash, which was 60 tickets. And you could buy the whole thing for a few hundred, but it wasn't really too bad. Let's say if you logging on each and every day, kind of doing challenges, or logging on each week to do both sets of challenges. Now, if you don't want to spend your tickets, of course, there is going to be some challenges, which I'll be sharing with you in just a moment, where you can go and do that yourselves. But the quick and easy route, which I took last time, was literally just buy it all, because then it was just done and dusted. Now, if we head over to the lovely Nuka Knights website, this is a great website which I use for lots of different things in terms of Fallout 76. He creates loads of different guides about the new events, the data mines, literally all sorts. So if you're ever in need of something and you don't hear to if you don't want to hear my lovely voice or someone else's, then this guy's great to kind of go through and stuff. It's also just, you know, I'm doing it because this is what everyone in the community does nowadays. You just make these and scroll through them. I'm sorry if I'm bitter, alright? I'm sick of this. There's low effort videos I don't know, they take over from everyone, and clearly I am so bitter about it. So I'm just doing it myself now, so apologies for that. Without going on a tangent again, basically this is the website where they have shared it all. I will drop a link down in the description about it. You've got the new codes on the top if you ever want to drop a nuke. And this is the kind of website here. So it's going to be called the Marshall Mallow Mini-Season Fishing Event. And this is going to be from the 12th up until the 26th of August. According to Skywalker, it's going to run just the same like we said a moment ago, and you will get a free challenge item. Now, the free challenge item is the same as all of these kind of mini seasons, where you have to wear a certain item or use a certain item. And in this one, it's going to be this funky hat that you can see here called the Marshall Mallow Fishing Hat. It's not the worst type of item, but it is, of course, fishing themed, so it matches the theme of the actual season. And this is going to be the actual challenges that come with it. So for week 1, it's all in relation to catching fish, and it's the kind of fishing mini season. You've got catch a fish in the Maya with the Marshall Mallow fishing hat equipped. You'll get 10 tickets for that. Catch a fish in the Cranberry Bog, catch a fish in the forest, complete all regional fishing challenges. Catch a fish while intoxicated, collect bait with the Marshall Mallow fishing hat equipped, craft a replica fishing rod at the Tinker's Workbench, and kill a miler with the hat on as well. All of these will give you different amounts of tickets, as you can see here, and these are kind of locked into the week. So as you can see at the top, this is just for week 1. Then for week 2, you'll have another set of challenges, which you can see here, also again giving you tickets. We've got catch a fish in the Savage Divide, catch a fish in Skyline Valley, catch a fish in the Toxic Valley, Ash Heap, complete all regional fishing challenges, listen to them for, and you will get a reward. Catch fish while intoxicated, kill a gulper, and kill a miler queen. Now, upon completing these, you will get all of this, which then you can then go and unlock the cool mini season rewards, which we're about to see. So if you do this as well, fish with the Marshall Mallow fishing hat, Equipped, you'll get 76 apparently. Let's just double check that. It doesn't say directly, but I want to say this column is for tickets. But yeah, anyways, these are going to be the rewards. So the first reward is going to be the Marshall Mallow fish display, which I actually think is really cool. As you can see, right, it's a giant Marshall Mallow. But look at this, if you can see that on the image, this is the kind of image right here, and you can see, look at that, you can hang the fish on the hook, which I personally think is really, really cool. I actually really like that. You've got another fish there, see the different size difference and stuff. So yeah, overall pretty cool. The quality is not great when I
Poďme spolu točiť, poďme spolu otáčať, poďme spoločne otáčať.
And you push on the wheel, the Marshall Mallow plushie coming in.
Preto poďme spolu točiť, poďme spolu otáčať, fragy spoločne vytáčať.
And white kind of theme on it with a gold reel as well, which is quite cool. Nice little touch there, as you can see. It even has Marshall Mallow on it as well, which is quite a funky little touch, I think. The next reward on the list will be a new bobber mod, which is going to be a little guy right there, the Marshall Mallow bobber mod, which is quite cool in my opinion as well. Quite a nice little reward. You've got Salty, which quite clearly I am in this video. So yeah, just comment Salty down below, guys. Why not? You know, push the algorithm and stuff so I can fight back against all the up-and-coming people in the world. You know, hats off to them, because the grind is real, and there's a good few of them, to be fair, as much as I am complaining and calling people. They put the grind in there, which I can't do as much as I used to be able to do, and they really put the grind in. So, you know, as much as I will hate on this, you know, you're doing a good job, so happy days. You've also got the suffix of Marshall Mallow, and finally a player icon, which is just Marshall Mallow once again, which will also be obviously a choice on that season's page where you can go buy them with your tickets.
Poďme spolu otáčať, poďme spoločne vytáčať, a preto poďme spolu točiť, poďme spolu točiť, poďme spolu otáčať, poďme spoločne vytáčať.
Getting extra bait. He's also put a guide at the bottom, so definitely check out the link in the description down below. That'll help you complete any of these if you are struggling. But for now, that's it for this video, so hope you did enjoy. If you did, hit that like button.
Preto poďme spolu točiť, poďme spolu otáčať, poďme to spoločne vytáčať.
Too close to him. With all that being said, that is it for this video, guys. Comment Salty down below. Tag your creator who you think I don't know, call him, God knows, whatever you want to say. I'm not really involved. I'm just here having fun and, you know, making up my free time, trying to spread the news to you guys. That's what I do. That's what I enjoy. So, yeah, I'll keep doing that for as long as I can, as long as you guys keep watching and interacting and enjoying and all that fun stuff. So, yeah, keep doing news and I'll keep doing me. Thank you all for watching, guys. Take care, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Trvá to dlho, lebo dali zase chorú misiu a ľudia kokoti toto všetko vždy vylízali, tí bastardi. No a kvôli tomu, že to tí bastardi všetko vylízali, tak samozrejme. Sme v situácii, v akej sme, najmä nás Mulrety, lebo chorí bastardi všetko, samozrejme, vylízali. Ako sme na to v tejto pagode? Plešinka, relaxuj. Grazel, relaxuj, plešter. Poďme to spolu točiť. Poďme to spolu vytáčať. Spoločne roztáčať. Poďme to spolu točiť. Poďme to spolu točiť. Spoločne roztáčať. Spoločne vytáčať. A preto poď s nami točiť. Poď s nami raziť. Poď to s nami otáčať. A preto poď to s nami otáčať. Že si bude na studeného Dažgroša znova. To tvrdé. No. Akože si skončil to chrpagodu. Chrpagoda. Poď to s nami točiť. Poď to s nami raziť. Poď to s nami vytáčať. Poď to spoločne otáčať. A preto poď to s nami raziť. Poď to s nami točiť. Poď to s nami vytáčať. Spoločne roztáčať. A preto poď s nami točiť, poď s nami raziť, poď to s nami roztáčať, spoločne vytáčať. Neboj sa s nami točiť, neboj sa to s nami raziť, neboj sa to s nami roztáčať, neboj sa to s nami vytáčať. Preto poď to s nami točiť, poď to s nami raziť, poď to s nami otáčať, pekelne vytáčať. Čo to je za film? Mal by som si ho pozrieť. Preto poď to s nami točiť, poď to s nami raziť, poď to s nami otáčať, masívne vytáčať, poď to s nami raziť, poď to s nami točiť, poď to s nami otáčať, masívne vytáčať.
Slováci sa búria východ. A za sebou teda je 500 000 občanov a my nemienime čakať na to, až nás tie vlci roztrhajú. Ďalším bodom bolo, pán premiér, že ste povedali, že by nám svedčala neutralita. Áno, svedčala by nám, my sme za, preto aj zbierame podpisy za vystúpenie Slovenskej republiky z aliancie NATO a z Európskej únie. Bez vystúpenia nemôžeme byť neutrálni predsa. Ďalším takým dnom je dnes výročie deklarácie o zvrchovanosti Slovenskej republiky. Žiaľ, je to už len spomienkový deň vstupom do Európskej únie. Stratili sme svoju zvrchovanosť a už nám ostali len spomienky. Politici, ktorí si robíte oslavy a tak ďalej, tak je to len politický marketing. Tak verím, že pán premiér, aj vy si už prestanete robiť politický marketing a postavíte sa k veci ako chlap. Vlastenecký blog si vám dovolil napísať list, ktorý je verejný a ten ja aj verejne prečítam. Je určený vláde Slovenskej republiky a premiérovi Slovenskej republiky. Výzva na vypísanie referenda o vystúpení Slovenskej republiky z aliancie NATO a z integračného zoskupenia Európskej únie. Vážený pán predseda vlády, doktor Robert Fico, vážená vláda Slovenskej republiky. Vzhľadom na naliehavosť ochrany občanov a Slovenskej republiky vyzývame vás k urýchlenému zaujatiu stanoviska k otázke účasti a zotrvania Slovenskej republiky štruktúra Severoatlantickej aliancie NATO a Európskej únie. Obe tieto inštitúcie stratili kredit seriózneho a bezpečného partnera. Za akých okolností Slovenská republika vstupovala do týchto štruktúr? Severoatlantická aliancia nie je obranná aliancia, tak ako nám bola prezentovaná. Ale v skutočnosti je to útočná aliancia s pravidlami jednej mocnosti. Európska únia už nie je združenie hospodárskeho rozvoja, tak ako nám bola prezentovaná, ale zmenila sa na združenie byrokratického bruselského diktátu. Navyše, Európska únia uplatňuje prvky Európskej federácie, ale sa aj dlhodobo zapája priamo do vojenského konfliktu medzi Ukrajinou a Ruskou federáciou. Čím sú priamo ohrození občania aj Slovenská republika. Preto vás vyzývame, aby ste iniciovali vyhlásenie referenda za vystúpenie, respektíve zotrvanie Slovenskej republiky v Európskej únii a v aliancii NATO. Týmto aktom dáte možnosť občanov Slovenskej republiky rozhodnúť o svojej budúcnosti, ale aj budúcnosti ďalších generácií. Vzhľadom na vážnosť a naliehavosť vzniknutej situácie očakávame skorú odpoveď. Výzva vláde je verejná, ako som povedal, a budeme očakávať odpoveď pána premiéra alebo úradu vlády Slovenskej republiky. Pekný deň želám všetkým ľuďom dobrej vôle na Slovensku.
Zhodil to.
Postavím otázku a teraz vám vybušnú kamery. A nesvedčala by Slovensko neutralita? A túto otázku staviam veľmi oficiálne, veľmi jasne. Do čoho nás to preboha ťahajú všetci?
Zhodil tú
hovoria o
vodu.
vojne. Ako chcete 800 miliárd eur, o ktorých hovorí Európska únia, minúť? To je nemožné. Tá absorpcia jednoducho neviete tých 800 miliárd dostať do pole, že ich miniete. Ďalej, o akej vojne to hovoríme? Akože s kým sa ideme byť? Nemci hovoria o krytoch, hovoria o nových zbraniach.
Vylia vodu. Lešinka junior zhodil tú vodu. Čiže ja by som povedal, že dáme jednu tyčku. Dáme si jedného týkoša. Also in the mind I checked. Hallelujah. Čo je? Čo si doletel? Však chod dozadu už relaxovať. Špekačka. Čo je? Čo si došiel? Toto je žena alebo muž? Znova. Muž, a? Donesem ti orechy. Keď mu chcem dať, že aj keď vždy odíde. Vystajem si kocúra na chvíľu. No nič. Pokadili si od toho vodu, nemám mať nohu. Toto je juniorka, sestra Plešinky juniora. Ona rada relaxuje tam hore. Juniorka, sestra Plešinky juniora. No nič. Prišiel čas na ďalšieho studného drží rozšapaný, dobre? Prišiel čas ďalšieho studného držgyho. Je to strašne tvrdé. Strašne tvrdé. Snažím sa vyrovnať s týmto oxidom uhličitým. Zasáčať. Masívne. No veď, dali sme si studeného držgroša, už sme tu. Už to znova ideme lustrovať. Práca sa nám nakopila. Neviem, či sa mi podarí dneska ukončiť tú ženu. Ale všetko nasvedčuje tomu, že budem rád, ak ukončím 2 bossov dneska. Ako popravde, ak ukončím 1 bossa, budem rád. Keď mám pravdu povedať. Pretože tá situácia nie je dobrá. Nerozumiem, ja tomu nerozumiem, čo sa tu deje. Tam nie sú vajcia, tam neviem nič nájsť v tom save house. To je dáva zmysel. Kde sú tam vajcia? Kde? Tu zmenili nejaké svastiky, ale to nemusí nejako žrať. No. My sme to spustili až po 8. Takže ďalšia ryba mi ujde, ďalší kšeft. Vy chorí ľudia. Chore hnoje. Vy odpadové vredy. 3 minúty sa pozeráte na seba.
You're bold to wander into it. Okay, everyone. Today,
Chore kurvy. Nespustíte ten kšeft.
We're here to sort the truths from the myths and the facts from the misconceptions. From the Jungle Book to Jumanji, from Lawrence of Arabia to Indiana Jones, film and television is bursting with chilling scenes of swallowing humans whole in mere moments. So popular is this trope that it has even entered the realm of parody.
That's quicksand.
Interestingly, quicksand scenes in movies peaked in the middle of the 20th century. Roughly 1 in 35 feature films released in the 1960s included some sort of scene involving quicksand. Of course, while we're all clearly obsessed with quicksand, we know that you can't believe everything you see on the screen. That's why we're all so calm and unfazed by the notion of sinking completely into a prison of sand and mud, never to be seen again.
Quicksand really exists? I thought it was just a video game thing.
On second thought, maybe it's worth spending a bit of time investigating the reality of quicksand. What actually is it? How does it occur? And how can you save yourself if you're ever unfortunate enough to get caught in its wet, gritty? Right, first things first, what exactly is quicksand and how accurately is it portrayed on the screen? Put simply, quicksand is an area of sand that has been saturated by water to the point that it is unable to support and hold any significant weight. Less simply, quicksand is considered a colloid. A scientific term refers to a mixture in which insoluble particles of one substance, in this case grains of sand, and typically also silt and clay, are suspended in another substance, usually liquid. In this case, water. Ordinarily, the friction between the millions of grains of dry sand allows them to tightly lock together and spread any downward force over a large area, easily supporting the weight of the earth. Not so with quicksand. As it is a mixture of fine sand, even smaller micron-sized particles of clay, and water, the friction on the sand granules is greatly reduced, preventing them from locking together when compressed. As a result, the mixture behaves far more like a liquid than a solid. So when you step into quicksand, you will immediately begin to sink. Technically speaking, quicksand is a non-Newtonian fluid, meaning that its physical properties are dependent on the forces applied to it. It is specifically a shear-thinning non-Newtonian fluid, meaning its viscosity decreases with the application of stress. This is why quicksand is often hard to spot. Undisturbed, quicksand behaves more like a solid, not moving or flowing, and perhaps even holding its shape. If a light dusting of drier sand has been blown over the surface, it could be practically invisible. Only when stepped on does the quick part of quicksand become apparent, as the mixture readily gives way to the applied pressure, allowing you to sink into it. Given the simple composition of quicksand, it's possible for it to form in basically any location where sand or gritty soil and water are present. But how common is it? And where is it likely to be? But before we get to the bottom of this, if you are complacently using the same old web browser you always have, it's time to change it up. Opera.
Oj, sračky, poď do riti. A to...
by fellow adventurers. This is Lucha. Welcome back to Throne and Liberty. Guys, update 2.2 0.0 is out at 2.20, guys. It is up now, and there is a bunch of stuff that we, of course, want to take a look at. Minor changes, big changes, and a new festival. The new festival is going to be something that I'm going to make a separate episode about, of course. Today is just looking at all the minor changes that might actually have a bigger impact into the game that you realize. So without further ado, guys, let's go over the list. So the first thing we are going to talk about, guys, is we got a new inventory. So if we go to inventory, we right now have an additional slot here. So we got our artifacts, which I just cleared out. We got our tokens, so all the different currency tokens that are in the game as you enter the shards and such. We now have miscellaneous inventory. Now, what is miscellaneous inventory? It means all of your food items, so ingredients you use to cook with. Now, as the artifact and the token and the miscellaneous one, these are items you cannot replace. So once you take them out of your inventory, there is no way to put them back in your inventory. So there is only sundry, materials, growth materials, consumables, and equipment, and all. There is no, as you can see here, sundries, growth materials, all, right? There is no slot for the extra miscellaneous inventory. That's also why there is like a bar here. So this is something you can store. This is stuff you can store, right? Now, it starts at 100. You can upgrade it with Solons. It's 250,000 for every 5, up until 150. After 150, it's 100 loosened, guys. They need to remove this from the game. Like, the max amount that you can get is 300. Now, eventually, if I would go fishing a lot, I have maybe, if I count fishes in here, maybe 1/3 of all the fishes that are in the game. I maybe have a lot of the regular materials, like the protein and the salt and the honey and stuff you can buy and gather. But there is going to be more, as far as I understand it. There's going to be more materials for cooking later on. So I don't feel like 150 is going to be enough to carry everything. So you want to go for the 200, 250, maybe 300. But paying loosened for inventory space is something I've never, ever understood, guys. Why don't they just make it into software? The next thing I want to look at, guys, is artifact menus. So we do have a pretty big change here, as far as I can see it. So we have now Stella Stones. Okay. So it now, as you can see, guys, it now you used to like have to hover over the actual artifact to see what stats it would give you. There seems to be a list that shows you all of the stats that are on there. Now, these are all EEE, so these are all the artifacts that I have equipped. I basically just cleaned it up before the update happened, so if I don't have any spare ones, but Stella Stones, Moonstones, okay. Got a lock all and another lock. Okay, and then unlock all. The unlock all is in Chinese, okay? Korean. Solar stones. Okay, pretty cool. Control. So now we can see the stat effect. So the top 4 here, base damage, max damage, range critical hit, match critical hit, are the ones that I actually get from the Forsaken Zealot's Talisman. Then we go down and we got the 4 next stats that I get. Oh, this is the 3rd time the servers are going down, guys. I hate to say it, but it's a repeat. It's a repeat of 2 weeks ago. It's an exact repeat of 2 weeks ago. Like the servers are going down every half hour.
Washington Black. What is he talking about, this retard?
Probably had its new maintenance today. They introduced a new event. My melee hit has gone down, but my heavy attackness have gone up. My defense have gone down, but my HP has gone way up. My CC resistance is the same. Everything else is the same. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna go for this because I actually just got a 1.6k HP bonus. So I'm just gonna apply it, and now I have this. Honestly, I actually needed this. This was really good. So now they have filled as recommended, and then you can compare if you want to do it manually. You can do that too, but it will help with just doing the filter stuff. So you can like kind of filter and try to find out, but it's still based on your bag. Now, let's say I want to build a DPS one. Let's say let's do a random one right here, okay? And I'm gonna put this as raid. I'm gonna do tag more of them if I want to too, like this. And then what I would do here is I want
Chorý človek. Chorí ľudia. Narušený. Zmenia systém na ďalší primitívny systém. On urobí video na primitívny systém.
Viper Dolphin. They say when you go in the ocean, you re-enter the food chain. It's a foreign environment, one we're not adapted to or designed for. Just in case you're wondering how powerful 9 atmospheres of pressure can be, the diving bell weighed 80,000 pounds. It sent it flying across the platform. That diving bell smashed into Crammond and Saunders with the force of a semi-truck at full speed. Crammond held on long enough for the helicopter to rescue him and pick him up, but he died on the way to the hospital. Saunders managed to survive but suffered multiple extensive injuries, including a broken back and a broken neck. He was actually the only survivor of the Viper Dolphin incident, because the 4 guys inside the chambers Well, this is where things get really grisly. I would give you a content warning and ask you to skip ahead, but let's be honest, if you clicked on this video, this is the part that you came here for. Freaks. Howard, Lucas, and Bergerson just dropped dead. Actually, Bergerson dropped dead because he was standing when it happened. Howard and Lucas were actually in their beds, probably asleep, so they just died. That's what it looked like from the outside, anyway. They just stopped breathing and maybe got a little puffy because instantaneously nitrogen and other gases just surged out of their blood and tissues like a Mentos and Diet Coke. Their blood literally boiled inside of them. In less than a second, there were bubbles filling every inch of their bodies. Blood circulation obviously was impossible, and their bodies just stopped functioning. Like, if you want to try to imagine what that would be like, you might think it would be like suffocating because no blood can get to your brain. Like, you might have a brief moment of panic as you become conscious of what's happening. But here's the thing. Their brains were boiling too. So they weren't aware of anything. It was just over. The autopsy report talked about how this degassing of their blood also kind of solidified lipids and fats in their bodies. And they explain it like this. Quote, in the cardiac chambers and the great vessels around the heart, both arteries and veins, large amounts of free fats were found. This fat was mixed with gas bubbles and looked like sizzling butter in a frying pan. That's horrible. But as horrible as that sounds, it's what happened to the fourth diver that's made the Byford Dolphin incident so memorable. Yeah, as I was saying before, Hillevik was in the process of closing the hatch when this decompression happened. The hatch itself is 60 centimeters, or about 2 feet in diameter. But it was most of the way closed when it happened, leaving about a 5-inch gap. A 5-inch gap that Hillevik was standing right in front of. So remember how I was saying that the force was strong enough to throw an 80,000-pound steel diving bell like it's a rag doll? Well, there was that much force, then there was Hillevik, and then there was a 5-inch gap. It literally fired him out of the decompression chamber like a cannon. And he didn't go through smoothly either. To get much more grotesque, his body basically was pushed up against that gap in the door, which was right in front of his abdomen. And the pressure then pushed through his body, sending his abdominal organs flying through the hole. And then the rest of his body folded in half backwards and just got shredded through there. Only everything that I just said happened in a span of microseconds. From an outside perspective, there was just an explosion of body parts that covered the deck of the platform. One body part that they couldn't even figure out what it was found 10 feet above the decompression chamber. It took 4 body bags to collect all of his remains, and the investigators still didn't think they got all of it. Now, you might be noticing that I'm not using any actual pictures of the event in this video, and no, I'm not, for all the obvious reasons, but I did use the autopsy report as a source. It is linked below. It's just as brutal as you think, so it is not for the squeamish. No, it literally just like, it literally flayed him apart. And because of the way his body folded, it kind of defleshed him. So yeah, there were like large chunks of skin laying around, including his face. It literally just ripped his face clean off. So it's easy to see why this accident has sort of imprinted itself on our collective psyches. It's gory, it's sensational, but for me, I don't know, man, it just hits that existential dread place for me, you know, like the idea that 1 second you're there and then 1 second you're everywhere. Like, we don't think of our bodies as something that can just like instantly disintegrate like that. Like did he even have time to know that something had gone wrong? Was it just lights out? I don't know. Some people might say that's the best way to go, just immediate nothingness, but for me, I don't like thinking about this. Somebody paid for this, right? Well, I mentioned earlier that one of the divers took most of the blame for it. That diver was Billy Cram. So yeah, Cram was one of the dive tenders that was hoping to secure the diving bell with the chamber as the crew performed their TUP. And he was the one that pulled the clamp before the chamber hatch had fully closed, which is a mistake he paid for with his life. So when the families and the governments and the companies behind it were looking for answers for what happened, it was pretty easy for them to just point the finger at him. The company behind it, by the way, was Comex. They were the ones that were operating the Byford Dolphin, and it was in the jurisdiction of the Norwegian government. It was part of their sea area. But yeah, most of the blame landed on Crammond, and in fact, so much hate was directed at Crammond that his widow, Ruth Crammond, had to move away from her home in Edinburgh. And of course, it's not that cut and dry. Obviously, the company wanted to wash their hands of the whole thing, and the easiest way to do that was just to direct all the blame at Kremlin, because, you know, to take responsibility would cost them a lot of money.
I am never going to financially recover from this.
But the reality is the company did make decisions that contributed to this accident. And those decisions were also all about the money. Because it turns out that this kind of accident was 100% preventable by a simple interlocking mechanism that keeps the clamp from releasing until the hatch is closed. And this wasn't some like fancy newfangled technology. In fact, regulations had been passed in 1982 that made these mandatory on saturation dive rigs, but it only applied to new construction projects. The Byford Dolphin was kind of grandfathered in. So they didn't have to install it, but they could have, and they chose not to. At the same time, they were pushing these divers on longer and longer shifts. Industry standard was about 8-hour shifts, but COMEX actually lobbied the Norwegian government to allow for longer shifts. This means the divers were working for as long as 14 to 18 hours at a time. So, I mean, of course they were exhausted and out of their minds at 4 a.m. in a roiling sea. It's almost like working people way past when it's safe is unsafe. But perhaps the real victims of all of this were the families of the 6 men involved. The Norwegian government did pay some compensation to the families of Bergersen and Helvik because they were Norwegian citizens. Saunders was granted a disability benefits through the UK, though I'm sure it didn't come close to replacing his income. It was the Coward Lucas and Cramen families that suffered the most. They were denied compensation from the company and the Norwegian government until 2009, when the North Sea Divers Alliance brought a lawsuit over the accident. That means their widows raised their children alone for 25 years on just a fraction of what they were expecting to live on. They finally did settle that 2009 lawsuit for an undisclosed amount. The money won't bring back what they lost, obviously, but at least the organizations involved finally took some responsibility. And, yeah, Ruth Cramen was able to finally move back to Edinburgh with some measure of vindication. And thankfully, regulations are much tighter in the diving industry today, partly because of the Byford Dolphin incident. I guess if there's an upside to horrifying accidents, it's that they can actually lead to actual positive change because we're all just so horrified by it. The North Sea is now considered one of the safest places for divers, but no place is completely safe. Even with modern technology, deaths of commercial deep-sea divers are still reported every year. One of the most horrifying recent events happened in 2022 when 5 underwater welders were sucked into an oil pipe off the coast of Trinidad. Yeah, the last man that got sucked into the pipe did manage to survive, but he was the only survivor. The deaths of the other men have been blamed on criminal negligence by the fuel company. All of which might make you wonder why somebody would ever sign up to do a job so dangerous, but the answer is pretty simple. Saturation divers are some of the highest paid construction jobs in the world, and rightfully so. Yet the British divers who were on the Byford Dolphin were making £2,000 per month. That's the equivalent of £14,000 today, although they use euros now. So, but you want to hear what's really crazy? The number of commercial diving deaths is nowhere near the number of deaths from recreational diving. So 2018 is the last year that we have solid numbers for, and there were 55 recreational diving fatalities in the United States and Canada alone, 189 worldwide. The number of commercial diving fatalities in 2018? 6. At least the commercial divers are getting paid well. The recreational divers died just doing it for free. And most of them were in submerged caves. I will never understand why people go cave diving. Although, to be fair, there are a lot more recreational divers than commercial saturation divers. Even if it does pay a lot of money, it's still one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. According to the North Sea Divers Alliance, between 1965 and 1990, there were 350 to 400 working saturation divers in the entire world. Out of that count, 56 of them died. That's a 1 in 7 ratio. But that's a risk that saturation divers are willing to take. Because the pay is good, sure, yeah, of course, but it's also important, challenging work, and some people love that kind of challenge, you know? It gives them a purpose. It takes a certain type of person to do this. I mean, these guys give off big astronaut energy. Yeah, Ruth Cramen said that she would complain to her husband about how dangerous his job was, and he would just kind of shrug it off and say that crossing the road is dangerous. For the record, he's not wrong. Looking at those 2018 numbers, there were 189 diving deaths and 6,000 people who died crossing the road. It would be kind of ironic if one of those deaths was a saturation diver on his day off. I mean, they're not used to having traffic on the bottom of the ocean. And maybe someday we won't have to put people's lives on the line anymore. I did a video a while back about humanoid robots. Well, there's underwater robots as well. Like, we already have to tether people to the surface for air and communications. Robots could do the same thing and be down there for as long as they need to be. No decompression necessary. A couple of early steps in that direction include the U1 from UWare Robotics. It's designed to not just swim through the water, but to hover in place, which is actually kind of difficult, and it's very necessary if you're going to do some work with it. Right now, it's mostly used for scanning the seafloor and not so much for physical labor. For that, you might want to look at the Aquanaut from Nauticus Robotics. It actually has articulating arms and robotic claws that can be controlled remotely or be pre-programmed for a number of tasks. These have a very long way to go before they start taking any sat diving jobs, but they are a step in that direction, for better or for worse. Until that happens, some of the bravest, maybe craziest roughnecks on the planet will continue to do the important work that they do under pressure. I have held off on making that joke this entire video, and those same men will be just a little bit safer because of the Byford Dolphin incident. So I guess if you want to find a silver lining in a story about 4 guys spontaneously exploding, there you go. Of course, there might be fewer of these jobs going around. I just read that OPEC has reported that global oil demand has slowed from 2.11 million barrels a day to 2.03 million barrels a day. I tend to think that's a good thing because we need to be getting off of oil, but of course somebody else might think that's bad for the economy. And because of that, different news sources might report that differently. So let's talk about ground news. Ground news, if you haven't heard of it, it is what I honestly think all news should be today. Like, if I could just do a Thanos snap and then every news organization in the world does one thing, it would be for it to operate the way ground news does. What ground news does is they aggregate news stories from all around the world, from major news companies to small regional newspapers, and they have a little bias chart, so you can see exactly which way each news source leans politically. Oh, by the way, they also show who owns the news agencies, so you can see exactly what agenda they might have if you're a follow the money type. So going back to the story that I was talking about earlier, you can see how this works. So there's 38 articles that they list here in their little aggregator, but when you go down, not only do you see where the article came from, you see how they lean politically. Here's one that leans left, here's one that leans right. You have a mixed factuality and high factuality. So again, these are based off of independent reporting and people who are watchdogs on this kind of thing. And over here on the right, you can see a bias distribution. So you can kind of see where these articles kind of fall on the spectrum. And one of my favorite things is it actually shows you who owns the source that you're looking at. So right here, it's by the Murdoch family. Bloomberg, obviously, is owned by Michael Bloomberg, but it's also by a private equity firm. So if you ever wonder, like, who is putting this information out there, this actually shows you that. Look, our news landscape is fractured and it is polarized. And if you don't make an effort to diversify your news intake, which most people don't because they're just living their lives here, you can wind up with a very skewed perspective on the world. But ground news makes it easy because it's right there as you're browsing. Every single story that comes up, it will tell you where the bias is. Or, look, if you only want to hear one side of a particular issue, then you can search the topic and they'll show you a list of articles with their biases and you can read the one that you want to read. But at least you know you're reading something biased. And every once in a while, maybe you'll go check out the other side, see what they're saying. Like, I don't know if you noticed this, but it's an election year, and it's borderline funny to me how different the reporting is between, say, like NPR and Fox News. It's just, they're completely different realities. Which, by the way, if you do have a little bit of a blind spot, they have an actual blind spot feature where you can see stories that are exclusively being covered by one side or the other. Anyway, ground news has legitimately become the place that I go to when something happens and I want to be informed about it because I know what I'm getting and I know how much I can trust it. It really is an amazing tool. I recommend it for free in real life. But for you fine viewers out there, if you go to ground.news/Joe Scott, you can get 40% off their Vantage subscription. Or, as a saturation diver might say,
go to ground.news/Joe Scott to get 40% off their Vantage plan.
Anyway, check out Ground News and get more information about your information. Links down below. All right, thank you so much for watching. If this is your first time here, maybe check out this video because Google thinks that it'll be right up your alley. Byford Dolphin information. Links down below. All right, thank you so much for watching. If this is your first time here, maybe check out this video because Google thinks that it'll be right up your alley. Or if you're watching on your browser, there might be a bunch of videos over here on the side. You can go click on those. And yeah, if you enjoy them, I invite you to subscribe. Come back to videos every Monday. Big extra thanks to the Patreon supporters and channel members who are financially supporting this channel and helping to keep the lights on. Also, just forming an awesome community. If you would like to join them, get early access to videos and all kinds of cool stuff, access to Discord, early release, all that kind of cool stuff, you can just go to patreon.com/answerswithjoe or click the join now button down below this video. And as always, there's extra content over on Nebula if you want to go there. You can also see it ad-free. But that's it for now. You guys go out there, have an eye-opening rest of the week. Stay safe. See you next Monday. Love you guys. Take care.
Cuclovata. Čo to bolo za pičusa? Voilà. Self-blackout. Vytrhané predné zuby. Slepý a hluchý. Ja neviem, kde sú tam vajcia. Je tam žiadne vajce nikde nevidím. Tomu nerozumiem.
In October of 2018, a 26-year-old American man had just arrived on a flight to the city of Port Blair, the capital of the remote Andaman Islands that are a Union territory of India. But Port Blair wasn't his final destination. He spent the next 11 days in Port Blair in complete isolation, attempting to quarantine himself and purge his body of any infectious diseases that he may have been carrying with him. Afterwards, his next objective was both simple and insanely complicated. He was going to bribe some local fishermen to literally take him to another universe and reality. You see, Port Blair is a modern city home to more than 140,000 people, a major naval base of the Indian Navy, and has more than a dozen direct flights to cities across the rest of India. It is majorly integrated with the 21st century globalized world that everyone watching this video is familiar with. And anyone can fly there from New York City for less than $2,000 or from London for less than $1,000. And yet, only 50 kilometers to the west of modern Port Blair is a largely untouched relic of humanity's very distant past that nobody is ever allowed to enter under any circumstances. North Sentinel Island. The island is roughly the same area as Manhattan, surrounded by coral reefs with a thin strip of beach around its entire perimeter and nearly entirely covered by a dense jungle, making it impossible to see anything on the surface from above. And it is also home to the Sentinelese, a small hunter-gatherer tribe that has existed there in isolation for tens of thousands of years. They continue to have no knowledge of anything outside of their small universe on the island, and they have no comprehension of anything more advanced than a bow and arrow. To them, the year is still effectively the same as 20,000 BCE, and they have no knowledge or comprehension of the modern city of Port Blair, just 50 kilometers away to their east with regular flight services operated by Airbus aircraft. As such, the tribe is often considered to be a so-called uncontacted tribe, a rare, living relic of humanity's distant hunter-gatherer past that somehow remained lost and forgotten throughout the thousands of years of human history and technological development that eventually got us to the modern world of the 21st century. North Sentinel Island is in a different universe from ours, but that hasn't stopped people from ours attempting to interfere with theirs. Over the centuries, many from our world have gone to the island and attempted to establish contact with the Sentinelese. But all have failed because the Sentinelese usually attack and attempt to kill anyone who has ever tried. They see every attempt by our world to interact with them the same way that we would see an advanced alien invasion of our planet, and as such, they usually respond quite aggressively. And in order to respect the tribe's clear desire to be left alone from our world, the Indian government has sealed it off to all of us, enforced by a 3 nautical mile wide no-go zone that is illegal to enter and patrolled by the Indian Navy. This is the world that John Allen Chow, the 26-year-old American man from our world, was attempting to enter when he flew to Port Blair in 2018. His objective was to spread one of our religions to them, Christianity, and it would ultimately cost him his life, with unknowable consequences to the Sentinelese as well. The news of his fatal journey from our world to theirs would generate headlines and publicity all across the world for years, and it would become one of the most talked about events for the entire year of 2018. But in order to understand the whole story, you need to understand how the Sentinelese managed to become so isolated and uncontacted by the outside world in the first place. It had been long believed that they were direct descendants of the very first wave of modern humans that left the African continent for Asia around 50 to 75,000 years ago. But it's now believed that the first humans who made it to the Andaman Islands arrived around 26,000 years ago. back during the last glacial maximum when the global sea levels were significantly lower than they are today. At that time, the Andaman Islands were connected to modern-day Myanmar by a land bridge, so Paleolithic-era hunter-gatherer tribes managed to simply walk over to it. But over the preceding millennia, the glaciers retreated and the oceans rose, and the Andaman Islands became the islands we know them as today, with thousands of Paleolithic hunter-gatherer tribespeople remaining trapped on them. And there they largely remained, isolated and uncontacted from anyone else in the outside world. At least to our knowledge. It's possible that from time to time, various different kingdoms and empires in India and Southeast Asia would send parties out to the Andaman Islands for the occasional diplomacy or slave raiding mission, but we simply don't know because we don't have any good historical records. Regardless of how often these events may or may not have happened, the indigenous Andamanese remained Paleolithic hunter-gatherers with essentially no knowledge of anything beyond their own islands, until a ship arrived from the British Empire in 1789 to suddenly announce the presence of the universe beyond. The British had come to these remote, far-flung islands in order to set up a difficult-to-escape-from penal colony for Indians who were rebelling against their growing conquests over on the subcontinent. That penal colony eventually became the modern city of Port Blair. And at the time of that ship's initial arrival in 1789, there were around 7,000 uncontacted indigenous people of the Andaman Islands, made up of dozens of different tribes, including about 10 on the island of Great Andaman alone, the Jangil, the Jarawa, the Onge, and, of course, the Sentinelese. And the arrival of the British and their Indian prisoners to this small, hitherto unknown universe continued on the trend that began when Christopher Columbus led the first visitors of the Old World to the New World back in 1492. They carried with them diseases like measles, influenza, and smallpox that their people had gradually acquired genetic resistances to over thousands of years of dense civilization in agriculture and livestock domestication. The indigenous peoples of the Andaman Islands, just like those in the Americas, had no resistance to any of these diseases, and so the diseases quickly annihilated most of them. It didn't also help that the British introduced dangerous substances to them like alcohol and opium that they had no history of experience or restraint with. The indigenous population of Great Andaman, where the British established Port Blair, was quickly replaced by Indians and Britons of the Old World, and most of the indigenous survivors either assimilated or went extinct. The only major exceptions were the Jarawa tribe in the far south of Great Andaman and the Sentinelese, who remained largely isolated from the chaos caused by Port Blair's establishment because they were on a completely different and much smaller island of no strategic value. So nobody from the outside world is known to have ever contacted them on their island until a merchant ship of the British Raj just happened to wreck itself there in 1867. The ship's 106 British and Indian survivors managed to reach the beach and likely believed it to be uninhabited while they sat and waited for rescue. But 3 days after their crash, according to their own reports, a group of naked islanders suddenly emerged from the jungle of the interior and attacked them with arrows. The large 106 members of the crew were successfully able to ward them off until they were rescued by the Royal Navy, but the first contact between our worlds had ended in violence. It would set the tone for the next century and a half to the present. Then, 13 years later in 1880, a 19-year-old English aristocrat had recently been appointed as the British Crown's administrator of the Andaman Islands and the head of the Port Blair penal colony. His name was Maurice Vidal Portman, and he decided to lead a party to North Sentinel Island in order to figure out who he was administering there. They landed and were avoided by the Sentinelese for days as they patrolled and scouted through the jungle, only managing fleeting glances at a time. After a while, the party finally encountered an elderly couple and 4 children. Portman essentially kidnapped these 6 Sentinelese and took them on his ship back over to Port Blair, where the elderly couple quickly caught diseases and died. Frustrated, Portman gave the 4 children gifts and then dumped them back on North Sentinel Island. After these events, Portman wrote in his journal that, quote, "This expedition was not a success. We cannot be said to have done anything more than increase their general terror of, and hostility to, all comers. It would have been better to have left the islanders alone." End quote. There are many theories that suggest Portman's clumsy handling of the contact between our worlds is the reason that the Sentinelese have remained hostile towards every other visitor ever since. And that may well be true, especially considering that the 4 children he abducted and returned would inevitably have told stories of the elderly couple that died, potentially placing the blame for their deaths on the outside invaders. It's also possible that the returned children may have brought diseases back with them that infected much of the tribe and may have even killed some of them. Without any knowledge of how infections or diseases really work, it would have been fair for the Sentinelese to blame the outside invaders for mysteriously striking down some of their tribe. These oral stories may have then been told across generations of Sentinelese and become a sort of exaggerated legend through to the present, warning them against ever trusting any outsider who comes to visit again. Portman would return to visit the island several more times across the 1880s, but from then on, the Sentinelese would always fiercely assert their independence with massive aggression. Later in 1896, an Indian convict escaped from the penal colony at Port Blair on a makeshift raft and was unfortunate enough to drift across the ocean to the beach of North Sentinel. A search party was organized by the British to find him, and then, several days later, they found his body on the beach of the island with multiple arrow piercings and a sliced throat. The Sentinelese had killed their first known invader only a few years after the clumsy visitation by Portman, and the message they sent by doing so was clear. There would be no known further visits from the outside world until decades later. During the Second World War, the Japanese invaded the Andaman Islands and occupied them for 3 years. What exactly they did over those 3 years to the islanders and potentially the Sentinelese is very difficult to figure out, because the Japanese deliberately destroyed all of their records about it just before they surrendered in 1945. But they are known to have committed many appalling atrocities, as the Imperial Japanese Army did elsewhere during the war. At least 10% of the pre-war population of Port Blair died beneath the Japanese occupation, and hundreds of people were known to have been tortured. The biggest war in world history had come to the edge of the Sentinelese universe. And it's possible that during those 3 years, a group of Japanese soldiers may have paid a visit to North Sentinel Island, but we'll probably never know for sure. After the war ended in 1947, India achieved independence from the British Empire, and they were quickly presented with a bit of a unique problem. Not everybody who suddenly became Indian following independence was even aware of what India was as a country, like the Sentinelese of North Sentinel Island. The Andaman Islands were granted to India as a part of the independence, and that meant that, in theory, the Sentinelese on North Sentinel Island were declared as Indians. But of course, these people had never even heard of India, and had no comprehension of what this theoretical citizenship even meant. And so, the Indian government decided that they would attempt to change that by finally, hopefully, making the first peaceful contact with them. But it was going to be tough going. The language that the Sentinelese on the island speak is only known to them, and there aren't any related languages to it anywhere else on Earth. Even the other indigenous languages spoken by the other indigenous people of the Andaman Islands are considered to be mutually unintelligible by whatever the Sentinelese call themselves. And of course, the Sentinelese are too hostile to allow anybody close enough to gain any linguistic clues from them. That meant that communicating with them linguistically was effectively going to be impossible. And that only left communicating through actions and body language. So beginning in 1967, an Indian anthropologist named Triloknath Pandit began sailing around the island and depositing gifts across the beaches in order to try and gain the islanders' trust. Then, in 1974, National Geographic decided to lead a film crew to the island with armed police and a team of experienced anthropologists, including Pandit. They were filming a documentary of the Sentinelese called Man in Search of Man, and some of the footage they managed to capture is the only surviving footage we have here in the outside world of them. Their objective was to sail around the island for 3 days and deposit gifts around the beaches to try and win over their trust. Once they got through the barrier reef, the Sentinelese emerged from the interior jungle and peppered their boat with arrows. But undeterred, the crew continued sailing around the island to a new location and deposited their gifts on another beach. A toy car, a doll, a set of aluminum cookware, coconuts, and a live pig. Then, the Sentinelese emerged from the jungle again, and one of them fired an arrow at the boat that struck the documentary director in his thigh. The man who fired the arrow was observed to laugh hysterically, and then, to make their point even clearer, they speared the gifted doll and pig alive and buried each in the sand, took the coconuts and the cookware, and retreated back into the jungle. The documentary project was a failure, and not wishing to escalate the situation with them any further, National Geographic canceled it and withdrew. But Pandit, the head Indian anthropologist here, was undeterred and continued making visits to the island and leaving gifts with them for years, determined to eventually establish friendly contact with the Sentinelese. He and his team made many recordings of the tribe during their visits and gift drops, and things seemed like they were going pretty well. In 1975, he led the King of Belgium on an overnight cruise just offshore the island. But other visitors from the outside world occasionally found themselves washing up on the island's beaches as well. In 1977, a cargo ship called the MV Russley ran aground on one of the island's coastal reefs, and then just 4 years later, in 1981, another cargo ship registered in Panama named the MV Primrose did the same thing. The crew of the Primrose became shipwrecked, and they had to wait patiently for another ship to arrive and rescue them. Nothing too unusual was noticed until several days later, when one of the crew suddenly spotted emerging from the jungle, quote, around 50 naked wild men waving bows and arrows on the beach. Terrified and crucially unarmed, the crew had to hastily radio their shipping company's office and demanded an immediate airdrop to be flown in delivering guns and ammunitions to defend themselves with. For the Sentinelese, it was like a repeat of the 1867 British Raj-era shipwreck. But luckily for everyone involved this time, an American helicopter pilot who happened to be working in the area nearby was contacted and was able to land on the ship's deck and airlifted around 30 of the crew members away to safety. The sight of such a thing to the Sentinelese on the beach was probably incomprehensible, but they left behind their entire ship on the island and all of its iron, which sort of immediately catapulted the Sentinelese through the technological eras to at least the Iron Age, because they are known to have gone aboard and scavenged this ship for iron and tools and weapons ever since. You can still see the remains of this ship's wreckage today in Google Earth when you go to North Sentinel Island and look at the island's far northwestern corner. But alongside these more clumsy encounters, Pandit was still attempting to conduct his professional ones. By 1988, Pandit observed that after depositing gifts on the beach, a Sentinelese man was seemingly dancing with joy. A month later, during another visit, as he and his team were dropping off bags of coconuts, there were some Sentinelese who approached them on the beach and got within 10 yards of direct contact. And then came what seemed to be the breakthrough between the two worlds in 1991. Pandit had sent one of his junior anthropologists to the island to lead a routine gift drop, Madhumala Chattopadhyay, who was, notably, a woman. She reported that during this gift drop, the Sentinelese waded out into the waters directly to the boat to accept their gifts. The first time that anything like this had ever happened. She suggested that her presence as a woman signaled to the tribe that her crew didn't have any aggressive, warlike intentions, and that made them more trusting. The following month, Pandit and Chattopadhyay each went to North Sentinel Island together and were stunned to witness around a dozen of the Sentinelese rushing out directly to their boat to greet them. And then shortly afterwards came the breakthrough photograph. Pandit and his team from our globalized, modern world were right there in the water side by side with the uncontacted, Paleolithic hunter-gatherer Sentinelese. And for a moment, each of them held the very same coconut together in their hands. It was the culmination of 24 years worth of Pandit's efforts to achieve a friendly contact with them. And he and his team withdrew shortly afterwards, delighted with the success. But the very next year, in 1992, Pandit turned 58 years old and was hit with a mandatory retirement age. He would never visit the island again after that initial friendly contact, and the Indian government decided to ban all future visits from the outside world shortly afterwards. North Sentinel Island was sealed off with a 3 nautical mile wide no-go zone that would be patrolled by the Indian Navy based nearby at Port Blair. Nobody, for any reason, would ever be allowed to travel to North Sentinel Island ever again, both for the protection of the Sentinelese themselves and for the protection of what the Sentinelese might do to anyone else who visited. But that wouldn't stop future visitations. After the island was indefinitely sealed off, the first known visit that came next was in 2006, and it was accidental. 2 Indian fishermen were illegally fishing in the no-go zone and had likely gotten blasted drunk on wine. Their boat drifted a little too close to the island and then washed up on the beach. Other fishermen who were illegally fishing in the same area claimed that they then witnessed a group of Sentinelese approach the boat with hatchets before hacking the 2 men to death. A helicopter was later dispatched to the island to investigate, but the Sentinelese drove it away by shooting arrows up at them. The Sentinelese allegedly later hung the bodies of the 2 men up on bamboo poles on the beach, facing outwards to the ocean as if they were scarecrows. A warning to the outside world to never come visit again. The fishermen's deaths were never further investigated or prosecuted by Indian authorities. And then nobody else ever did come again until the American Christian missionary in the fall of 2018. He came unprepared, and after repeatedly visiting the island over a period of several days, the Sentinelese killed him as well. And he is now at least the fourth body from our world that remains on that island without any ability to recover. The Indian government has given full legal immunity to whatever the Sentinelese do on their island, including killing anyone who's foolish enough to disregard their laws and visit. So don't ever do it, and stay alive. It's not worth visiting, and it's not worth risking the lives of the Sentinelese with your diseases either. They have shown multiple times over decades that they want to be left alone from us, and I believe that we should respect their wishes. The island is sealed off to the outside world for a very good reason, and it's basically the real-life version of the Prime Directive from Star Trek. The closest you'll ever be able to glimpse it is while flying on an Air India flight into or out of Port Blair, which often will take you directly over the island and offer you the only view you can ever have into another world. Now, if you're anything like me, you're probably intensely curious about why our world works the way it does. The world is a complicated and sometimes difficult to understand place. Science and math serve as the primary tools in helping us understand our complicated reality. But for myself, and perhaps for you as well, science and math are each subjects that have never come easy, and may even seem impossible to truly grasp at times. I struggled with learning science and math for years until I discovered this video's sponsor, Brilliant. And now, through them, everyone, regardless of prior knowledge or ability, can get a little dose of scientific learning every day. Whether you're looking to learn something completely new or you're just trying to brush up on a few topics, the best way to learn anything is by actually doing the work yourself. And there's no better place to do that than on Brilliant. You see, Brilliant is an interactive STEM learning platform that helps you learn concepts by working through them in a visual, hands-on, and easy-to-comprehend way. And you can get started on any number of courses for more basic but fascinating concepts, like the physics of the everyday and introduction to algebra, to more advanced cutting-edge fields like computer science and algorithms, to chemistry and electricity, and so much more. And regardless of which subject you choose to learn about, you get to learn at your own pace, you can learn on the go with our mobile app, and most importantly of all, you get to learn the rewarding process of learning cool new things about our reality. And if you ever get stuck on a particular question, Brilliant never punishes you or impedes your progress. Instead, they'll give you an in-depth explanation to guide you along your learning path. Best of all, you can try out Brilliant right now for free with a link down in the description at brilliant.org/real-life-lore, or by clicking the button that's here on screen right now. First 200 people to sign up will also get 20% off of Brilliant Premium for an entire year of STEM learning across the new year of 2023. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
When I was a kid, there was a phrase that would say, "Eat Joe, you know,
Ako títo šikovno. To bude minimálne 1000 ogmatových kolenov do vrecka. Za tento sráč. A ty povieš, že ešte nejaké petolízače ako bonus. Ty povieš, že ešte nejaké petolízače ako bonus. Ty povieš, že ešte nejaké petolízače ako bonus. To je silná káva, silná maintenance. Ani podmazy neviem nájsť na to už. Tak ja nás uvidíme, že keď není nahnitý trón, tak vôbec niečo odsýpať, vôbec niečo točiť. Keď som bol v tom, že na dneska o 8 to pustia. A na AKS to pustia o polnoci. Pri istom váčku.
The only reason that Trump would allow this to happen is because they're going to make some kind of a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell to come and testify to clear Trump, and then Trump's going to pardon her. That's a crazy theory I have. Ghislaine Maxwell is going to be subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee. So the Trump administration is under growing pressure, some of it from allies of President Trump, to release additional files related to Epstein. Epstein died in jail in 2019 awaiting trial on federal trafficking charges, and his death has sparked conspiracy theories. They love to say that. Conspiracy theories.
It certainly has, because you haven't been transparent, so
Right.
I have to theorize now.
Because
So that's on you, isn't
yeah,
it?
so I have to come up with a theory of why you're all lying and suppressing and covering it up.
I think you're in on it.
A House Oversight Subcommittee on Tuesday, without opposition, approved a motion directing the committee chair, James Comer, to issue a subpoena for Maxwell. Comer had directed Tim Burchard to introduce the motion, blah, blah. The motion allows the committee to formally consider whether to proceed, the committee spokesperson said. The committee will seek to subpoena Ms. Maxwell as expeditiously as possible. Since Ms. Maxwell is in federal prison, the committee will work with the Department of Justice and Bureau of Prisons to identify a date when committee can depose her. Maxwell is serving a 20-year sentence in Florida after she was convicted of federal trafficking charges in 2021. She was accused of recruiting and grooming girls whom Epstein sexually abused. She wasn't accused. She was convicted. This is NBC News. This is NBC News. She wasn't accused. She was convicted. Earlier today, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche announced that he would reach out to Maxwell's counsel to determine whether she would be willing to speak with Justice Department prosecutors. So, the only reason that Trump would allow this to happen is because they're going to make some kind of a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell to come and testify to clear Trump, and then Trump's going to pardon her. That's a crazy theory I have. It's probably wrong, but that sounds like. Here it is from the New York Times. Justice Department reaches out to Ghislaine Maxwell, a longtime Epstein associate. So this is the same thing. This is the same story.
Remember Julian Assange was offered, Trump would have let him out if he would have said that whoever gave him the Hillary files was not Trump.
Uh-huh.
Rat out his source. By the way, I don't know why Julian Assange didn't, because I think it's Seth Rich who was gone, but I don't know. He has no scruples. But
all evidence points to Seth Rich was the one who gave that information to WikiLeaks. If Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the Department of Justice will hear what she has to say. The announcement came hours before a major committee in the Republican-controlled House voted to subpoena Ms. Maxwell, and days after the Wall Street Journal reported that Trump sent Mr. Epstein a salacious birthday greeting in 2003 in which he expressed close friendship. The overture in the latest in a flirt. By the way, Trump is suing the Wall Street Journal over that because he says that's a fake letter. After all the fake stuff they said about Trump, you have to give Trump the benefit of the doubt on that one. I'm not saying it is fake or it's not. I'm saying you have to give him the benefit of the doubt because every other thing they've ever said about Trump has been fake. The overture in the latest in the flurry of frantic efforts by Trump's subordinates intended to quell a political crisis precipitated by Attorney General Pam Bondi's announcement earlier this month that she was shutting down the Epstein investigation. It is not clear how or when the Justice Department would release any information about an interview with Ms. Maxwell, who was serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison after a jury blah blah. There are no indications as of yet that the talks will lead to a pardon or a reduction in her time behind bars. The department is currently fighting for her appeal. I can confirm that we are in discussions with the government and that Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. We are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth. So if they're already talking pardons, so that's what it looks like. If this happens, it's a scam. Ms. Maxwell has long maintained her complete innocence and was unwilling to admit wrongdoing, which made it difficult for prosecutors to consider negotiating a plea deal, according to a person. Here's what Whitney Webb says. She says, Ghislaine will do anything to negotiate her release and or prevent her from being harmed in prison if she believes her life is in danger. This is the ultimate way to both avoid releasing the bulk of Epstein documents still held by the government and still seem like they are pursuing justice in the case. Don't be fooled. Maxwell will name the names she's told to, so she doesn't end up like her father or Epstein or Jean-Luc Brunel, all the people who ended up dead. So she's saying that Ghislaine will say whatever she has to say so they don't kill her. This could also pave the way for the Pardon Ghislaine movement, which, aside from Ghislaine's own family, seems to have really been started by the Peter Thielverse operative Chuck Johnson a while ago. If they have Ghislaine testify and say what she's told to say, they can reward her with a pardon or reduce her sentence. Her testimony will be hard to trust, given that the stakes for her and and for the Trump administration. So that's what's happening. So don't be fooled by this if this happens. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. So anyway, and Trump wishes, and by the way, he wishes her well. Remember that?
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and so a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach. And
so he wishes her well, quite frankly. So
Tim Dillon had a good joke about that.
What's that?
That's just like rich people talk. That means nothing.
Yeah.
It's not even a bless your heart like Mike Johnson gave Massey.
Yeah. So, and let's remember, Trump on the 16th of July unwittingly revealed that he's actually in the Epstein files. He revealed that on John Solomon's show. He revealed that. He said, well, the stuff about me in the Epstein files is fake. So he's in the Epstein files.
If you control all the evidence, okay, you literally can't just bring them all out and then lie about your part and get away with it since you control all the files.
You know,
why would you, like, hey, try to weasel your way out of what you did. That's fine. Get the network out of here. But we can't because Israel needs our help more than ever.
You know what's not a lie is that I'll be in Oxford, California, telling jokes at Levity Live on October 3rd. That's a Sunday. And then I'll be in Rutherford, New Jersey. And I'll be at the Village Underground in Manhattan. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. Come see us in Oxnard, California, Rutherford, New Jersey, Manhattan, New York, Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, Appleton, Wisconsin, Rosemont, and Chicago, Illinois. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets.
I've been to their house, yeah, but I still don't have much sense of what the Jacobys were really like. It would help me if I could see some of their personal effects, diaries, letters. Do you have those things, Mr. Metcalf?
I should.
No, pekne do tela.
Where's that? I don't know where it is. Yes, you do. It's not making sense. You're the last person to be in a vehicle you wiped out of a lady that's missing. That sounds really fucked up.
28 years ago, this man kidnapped a woman and was sentenced to 30 years in prison for it. 3 decades later, 80-year-old Edna Suttles is spotted picking him up in a parking lot. This would be the last time Edna was ever seen alive. Days later, detectives traced Edna's movement and discovered CCTV footage of the same man driving her car.
She's missing right now. Yes, Dan, where is Edna? I don't have a clue.
But that's when police found out Edna wasn't the only victim.
If you tell him to turn that off, I'll talk to you a little more freely.
Sometime around 9 a.m. on August 27th, 80-year-old Edna leaves her home in Travelers Rest to look after a friend. Hours later, 911 dispatchers receive a concerning call.
Greenville County 911 was the emergency. A sitter was supposed to show up to stay with my mom today. Her name is Edna Suttles, and she didn't show up. This is not like her. She shows up like clockwork. So something's wrong.
But this call was only the beginning of a long chain of mysteries. As officers arrived at Edna Suttles' home for a welfare check based on these reports, they received no response. There were no signs of a break-in, and Edna was nowhere to be seen. However, when police asked Edna's son, he pointed out that $50,000 worth of jewelry was missing from the home. More importantly, though, her car was missing too. If the cops could find that, they might be able to figure out where she had gone. This meant that finding Edna's vehicle would be the most instrumental step in this investigation, as it would give a clue about her last known whereabouts. Immediately, a hunt for Edna's car began, and 6 days later, it was found abandoned in the parking lot of a hotel in Travelers Rest. This was odd, as Edna lived close by and didn't need to stay at a hotel. A check with the staff also revealed that no one under the name of Edna was staying there. So to get to the bottom of this mystery, the cops decided to try and trace back Edna's movement using CCTV cameras starting from her home. At 9:30 a.m., a camera at a nearby pawn shop captures Edna leaving her home and driving towards a local Food Lion grocery store. 9 minutes later, Edna arrives at the store to pick something up. A man approaches the vehicle with 2 bags in his hand and sits alongside Edna, who then drives off back to her home. 4 hours later, at 1:43 p.m., Edna's car leaves her home again and arrives at the same Food Lion once more. But this time, the person exiting the driver's seat isn't Edna at all. It's the same old white man she picked up earlier, who immediately moves to his car and parks it next to Edna's. He then drags something out of her car, placing it into his. Initially, it was difficult to identify what the man moved from the Jeep to the Chevrolet, but after a frame-by-frame analysis, it wasn't a question of what was moved, but who. Because in a chilling discovery, officers would realize the footage showed the unmistakable golden hair of Edna Suttles. 4 minutes later, at 1:47 p.m., the man drives Edna's car into the hotel's parking lot and parks it in the same spot that the detectives found the vehicle in. He exits and begins wiping down the door and seats, trying to get rid of any evidence of his presence. By 2:14 p.m., the man returns to his vehicle at Food Lion and drives off, marking the last that was seen of Edna and the man. The most crucial part of this investigation is to now figure out who exactly the man in the video is. But due to the grainy footage and his distance from most cameras, this proved to be difficult, and the investigation seemed like it would come to a standstill. But detectives had an idea. Since the man exited the store with bags in his hand, a purchase was made. This realization would be the most crucial breakthrough in the case. Immediately, officers began retrieving footage from inside the store, and when they reviewed it, they came to a harrowing realization. This was Daniel Prince, a man who only 24 years prior to this got put in a federal prison for kidnapping. 24 years prior to this incident, in 1997, Daniel was responsible for the kidnapping of a woman in Michigan. He had her tied up, shackled her hands, and it was by sheer luck that she managed to free herself before escaping. Even though he
was sentenced to a maximum of 30 years for this crime, he was released by 2009 on parole. But the worst was yet to come. Daniel began working as a handyman for predominantly elderly single ladies, a demographic that not only matched his previous victim, but also that of Edna's. For officers, the realization now begins to settle in. They have a kidnapper on the run, and there might be a chance that he has kept Edna alive. Not knowing where she is, they had to act fast before this glimmer of hope dimmed. Even with this disturbing past, detectives didn't have enough evidence to press strong charges for kidnapping or murder. However, they had established probable cause for grand larceny involving Edna's Jeep. A warrant to arrest Prince and search his property was granted, and officers were quickly dispatched to Prince's residence to take him into custody.
Totally cooperating, just relax. Not doing anything. Alright, let's go. Stand up on your feet. Yeah. Sir, I would be very cooperative.
Despite the number of heavily armed officers that just descended on Prince's property, he remained noticeably calm and composed, as if he had a plan to escape this predicament. The following footage was analyzed by our in-house criminal research specialist and retired detective to shed some light on key techniques and strategies used during the questioning. When he is brought into the interrogation room, the detectives start with a relaxed, friendly conversation, a tactic used to put suspects at ease. They don't want him to know they've caught him on camera just yet.
What do you do now? I do a lot of home remodeling, home repairs. I really have a lot of tile. I got a customer base that has me doing stuff. Okay, so why Boston, North Carolina, come all the way down from, say, Michigan or Wisconsin? Here, this is really, I'm originally from the east side of the state of Michigan, but I was in prison in Michigan for a while, and when I paroled to the west side of the state. Okay. What did you get locked up for? Did you say you got paroled? I was locked up for a kidnapping charge. Okay. And I did 13 and a half years for that. Oh, wow. I did 1.5 years for a false statement on a vehicle title. You know, when they're not sure if they're going to make something, they want something to hold you with. So the false statement, that's all that was. The kidnapping, I was doing some bad shit that I shouldn't have been doing, but I shouldn't have gotten kidnapping, but I was doing some bad shit. What kind of shit? What shit have you gotten? I really don't want to say. Just bullshit. Just bullshit. Nothing when you're talking to two police detectives in the room, it's just bullshit. Okay, I've been through the system enough to know that. Yeah. All I'm going to say about that is I did my time, I made my first career, and I haven't been in trouble since. Hey, and that's great to know. You know, a lot of people, especially being what you've been through, they come out and they go right back to it.
Just because he's a convicted criminal doesn't mean he's involved in Edna's disappearance, but the evidence the detectives have paints a different picture altogether from the hard-working, reformed criminal he claimed to be.
I'll talk to you about August 27th, 2021 of this year. What day of the week was that? Oh, it was a Friday. Okay. Okay, so specifically the 27th. Mm-hmm. What, 2 weeks ago? Do you remember where you were at? Not specifically. Where do you think you were at? I've been going all over the place. I've been back and forth to Charlotte. I've been down to South Carolina. Like, where's the jobs in South Carolina taking you? Actually, I was down Travelers Rest, but I don't know if it was Friday or Thursday. I know I'd been there earlier that week. But you don't remember which day specifically? No, it was either Thursday or Friday. What kind of job were you working on? I wasn't. You wasn't? I wasn't. This lady had talked to me several times. I'd been down to her house 2 or 3 times. We kind of got to be friends. This woman has so many damn problems, mostly her daughter. She would call me and have me come down there. Okay. She said she needed to have money at one point in time to help her daughter because her daughter was in jail. Then she needed money another time because she was hiring a private investigator. Because her son-in-law she talked to me all kinds of stuff about it. We got to be pretty good friends about stuff like that. Okay. How did you meet her initially? Years ago. Okay. Years ago, and it was somebody giving me her name or number, or my name and number.
Here, the detectives are analyzing his behavior and allowing Prince to dig a hole for himself that he's going to struggle to escape from. When they reveal they know the truth, he's going to try and deny his guilt, even when the evidence speaks for itself.
What you're telling us is that's not you on the 27th? Tree Line Parking Lot, Travelers Rest? I don't think so. That's not you? That's me. Where's that? Food Line, August 27th, 2021, 9:23. Okay. 32 seconds. Bring it down? Yep. Yeah, I went down to Food Line. Yeah. Yeah, so what are you doing down there that day? She wanted me to look at some stuff in her house. Okay. And she picked me up at Food Line because she wanted me with her when she was gonna go meet some guy for private investigator. Okay. Yeah, tell us about that. She wanted me to meet her down there. Okay. She was nervous because she says, I'm not sure I trust this guy. And she knows I've been in the military. And she says, will you meet me? She wanted me to see if this guy was going to meet her where he was supposed to meet her. Do you know where? There was a hotel lobby that he had finally said, meet me at the hotel. Okay. She said, drive up there and see if he's there. And I drove up there, and things are starting to sound really squirrely to me.
This is a common deflective behavior. Prince is not only trying to deflect suspicion away from himself, he's trying to point suspicion directly at someone else. In this case, the private investigator. According to Prince, Edna wanted to meet the private investigator the day before she was reported missing, even though she didn't feel safe meeting him alone. Luckily, detectives have seen the whole thing on camera, and it completely contradicts everything Prince is saying.
What were you driving? I was driving a blue car. Your wife's car or your car? My wife's car. So that's y'all coming down 25, you and her together? It could be. Because that's her car. That's about 13:45 on the 27th. Okay. So you're with her there? Yeah. Okay. I guess. Yeah. I'm not saying yeah. I'm just saying that could be. Yeah, here's a different angle. I mean, we've watched this car. Right. Okay. Here's y'all in the hotel parking lot. Okay. Yeah. Oh, look. There's y'all backing in. Yep. And a couple of different copies of it. Backing in. Yeah. Oh, look. You get out. Nobody else gets out. I told you that. You're walking around the car. Yeah. You wipe the entire car down. Because I was worried. You were worried. There's you walking across the parking lot in front of Little Caesars. Mm-hmm. And there's you getting back into your car and driving away. Look, man, you are a good dude. I honestly do believe that you screwed up years and years ago.
Prince seems visibly stunned by the amount of photographic evidence the detective is showing him, and even though it can't be refuted, Prince is going to try and lie his way out of it. But that's not the only evidence detectives manage to find along the way, as there's mud on the wheels of Prince's car, leading detectives to believe he drove off-road to either kill Edna or to dump her body. And this is when we arrive at the pivotal moment where Prince's story starts to fall apart.
You're not a bad guy. Nobody is saying that you're some evil, twisted dude. Mm-hmm. Okay? We need to know where it is. We've processed the car. We found the dirt. Where did you go off-road? I never. Where did you leave? Oh, I can tell you exactly where she and I had gone off-road, please. When we were going from 25 south, there was, off to the right, there was a truck with a trailer and another vehicle there that had a for sale sign on it. And it looked like an older truck, and I knew a work truck. And I went ahead and I pulled in and with her, and then we pulled out. And it was right there on 25.
Even in the face of such overwhelming evidence, Prince still denies any wrongdoing and even tries to take control of the situation. But detectives have him cornered, and he's quickly starting to struggle to maintain his composure.
Where's right now? Her family is desperately looking for her. She's missing right now. Yes, Dan, where is it? I don't have a clue. I dropped her off at the house. Dan, please listen. You did not drop her off at her house. We have followed that car the entire day, up and down 25. Mm-hmm. There's a number of minutes that are unaccounted for that are not by her house. Which car? Mine or hers? Dan, stop playing games. You know what? Well, I can help you here. Give me a second. You gotta let me answer the questions when they're asked. When I dropped her vehicle off looking for the guy, she said she wanted me to take her and drive around in my vehicle. So I left her vehicle. I went down to Food Lion, and she was in my vehicle with me. And I dropped her off at home. Damn, we watched the video. She is not. The car sits there. It sits there, man. No, not in her car. Never. My car. We dropped her off in my car. We did not drop anyone off, man. I picked her back up. She sat in my car at Food Lion, and I went back and got her. No, you did not.
The detectives are beginning to apply more pressure on Prince, knowing everything he's telling them is a lie. But he continues to stay on the defense, even trying to brush off the fact that he might have destroyed potential evidence.
I don't know where it is. Yes, you do. No, I don't. Damn. Let's go back to why you wiped the car in. What you said you were worried about what? The only thing I did was because I knew I'd been in and out of her car all the time and with her. I'm like, there is no way in hell I'm going to just leave this thing here. Because she's got somebody that's after her.
Prince tries to deflect suspicion again by suggesting Edna may have been in some kind of danger, but he doesn't realize just how prepared these detectives are.
Who would be after her? That guy with the truck. She said she didn't trust me. The PI? Yeah. So somebody she hired as a PI. His story's totally different. He's been doing work for her. On the son-in-law thing. I mean, we could have, and he had no action. He didn't get the first check. So that explains. That's why I said she hired another PI. I'm sure you're recording this. It's not making sense. I mean, you're the last person to be in a vehicle you wiped out of a lady that's missing. That sounds really fun. That's why we're here. I've been real honest with you guys. I told you what was going on.
The detectives managed to get Prince to admit he was with Edna on the day she disappeared. While Prince tried to convince them he was helping her meet a suspicious private investigator, they know it's a desperate attempt to deflect suspicion and distance himself from the crime. Prince insisted he dropped Edna off at her home, safe and well. But the detectives established that he was the last person to see her alive. And because of this interrogation, they locked him into a lie that would eventually lead to a chilling confession. When detectives search Prince's property, they find several automatic weapons. Because of his previous convictions, he's forbidden from owning any firearms. That means he could be facing a federal charge and be detained for even longer. While he's detained, they continue to search his land and find one of the most crucial pieces of evidence yet, a yogurt cup. This is the yogurt he bought shortly before Edna disappeared, and it's laced with a cocktail of drugs. Lorazepam, tramadol, and cyclobenzaprine can cause central nervous system depression when they're combined. When this happens, the body's neurological functions slow down. In other words, you're under sedation, exactly as Edna was in the parking lot when she was seen in Prince's car. After feeding her the laced yogurt, there's nothing Edna can do to stop him, and she's led away to her death at the hands of this sadistic killer. Prince begins to realize he's cornered and has nowhere to run, so they bring him back in for more questioning, where he makes a full confession as he admits to 3 more murders, including those of Lee Goodman, Dolores Sellers, and her daughter, Nancy Rigo. The first victim was Dolores. Daniel had euthanized Dolores Sellers at the request of her daughter, Nancy Rigo. However, Nancy began to have second thoughts and wanted to contact the police, putting her directly in the crosshairs of Daniel Prince, a mentally disturbed serial killer. Nancy Rigo was now his second victim. Even worse is the fact that for several years, Daniel began receiving Nancy's social security checks because she had given him her power of attorney. Moreover, the search of Daniel's property would also reveal several of Nancy's documents. Since 2017, after her murder, Daniel pretended to be Nancy by sending her family emails and messages in an attempt to prevent them from thinking that she was dead. Daniel's third victim was Lee Goodman, who allegedly attempted to rob him. According to Daniel, much like Nancy and Edna, her body was disposed of in some desolate area. And finally, Daniel's fourth and final victim was Edna Suttles, whose body would be found 1 year later on May 16, 2022, in a grave close to Daniel's was now his second victim. Even worse is the fact that for several years, Daniel began receiving Nancy's social security checks because she had given him her power of attorney. Moreover, the search of Daniel's property would also reveal several of Nancy's documents since 2017. After her murder, Daniel pretended to be Nancy by sending her family emails and messages in an attempt to prevent them from thinking that she was dead. Daniel's third victim was Lee Goodman, who allegedly attempted to rob him. According to Daniel, much like Nancy and Edna, her body was disposed of in some desolate area. And finally, Daniel's fourth and final victim was Edna Suttles, whose body would be found 1 year later on May 16, 2022, in a grave close to Daniel's home in Rutherford County. Although decomposed, officers were able to positively identify it as Edna and return the body to her loved ones. Even in the face of his crimes, he would never let go of his chance to leverage as much information as he could.
There was quite a lot of stuff out that your beat house. There could be a million explanations for some of that stuff, and I don't want to jump to conclusions. And if there's something that happened that you didn't intend to happen, let's talk about it. There are things that have to happen, and there are things that are going to happen. And I'm a realist, and I have sadness with this. I would like a little bit of control in how they happen. If you tell them to turn that off, I will talk to you a little more freely.
When they turn the cameras off, Prince makes a final attempt to take control and influence the outcome in his favor. Daniel Prince avoided a trial by making a deal with authorities. He would tell them about the location of Edna's body, and in turn, his case would go federal because of the better living conditions in federal prisons. Not only that, but he would also avoid the death penalty and instead receive a life sentence. One would think that the detectives were naive to turn off their cameras and not record Dana's confession, but unbeknownst to Prince, the investigators keep the backup audio recording running after shutting down the camera. This is the chilling confession he made.
Okay, let's put it this way. A person I was very good friends with wanted to do something to put someone basically out of their misery that was very closely related to them. That's one body. That person started having an extreme amount of guilt over this and decided they were going to go tell what had happened. That's the second body. There's a third body that I did not kill, and I knew that they'd be getting Social Security disability for the rest of their life. So I got rid of said bodies, for example, so that I could continue to use the car.
But any chance while he's getting all this squared away, can you just help me get that closure for Edna's family?
Not until I have this. I clam up like a clam if this doesn't go federal for everything.
She's not back yet? You mind if
Čo títo? Títo? Aj to pustia o polnoci. Je čas. Mal by som si hovoril Fuldio. 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 Čo je toto? To sa zavýkadil. Ukáž sa o 9. si ho zase spustíte? Ako naozaj si myslím, že to spustíte o polnoci. O polnoci alebo o 11. Veď skúsme sú to k šriftu. O polnoci alebo o 11. Ale tak, dúfam, že som mailen. Ďalšia otázka, pál. Are you fucking kidding me? Turkey in the straw, man. The Fallout. Fallout Turkey in the straw. Turkey in the straw. Turkey in the straw. Nič, dobre, idem si spraviť Fuldio. Ja sa nič robiť, prichádza čas do Fuldio. Prichádza čas do Fuldio. To sa dá robiť. máme tu fúdiu. Príprava na spanie. Tak snažíme sa to spustiť, ale to je...
Great. Moon Elite is fully loaded. Let's hit the road and get out of here. What the hell is that thing? It's huge! I can see it from here. Kill it before it, comes this way.
Pán Hruštenec, ďakujem, že ste súhlasili s rozhovorom. Keď som si googlila o vás veci na internete, že kto vlastne vy ste a ako vás identifikovať, tak je tam napísané, že ste folklorista, improvizátor. Vy sa ako sám seba hodnotíte, že čo ste?
Snažím sa byť človek s ľudskou tvárou. Čo sa týka tejto charakteristiky, tak z každého rožku trošku. Teda som aj folklorista, ale asi charakteristika taká je, že zabávač. Rád zabávam ľudí. To je asi najlepšia charakteristika.
Ľudia vás poznajú z YouTube, vy točíte videá u vás doma. S tým, že poukazujete na to, čo sa deje v spoločnosti, mám pocit, že tie videá boli čoraz kritickejšie na súčasnú vládu. Kedy ste začali točiť videá, ktoré poukazujú na to, čo sa deje v spoločnosti a čo vás tomu motivovalo?
Za posledných 5 rokov je to také intenzívnejšie. Ja som sa venoval zábave ako takej, čo neviem, 30 rokov. Skôr takej ľudovej zábave, čiže politika teda nemala svoje miesto. Počas toho covidového obdobia to takto mne sa trošku tak naštartovalo, lebo mal som pocit, že nie je všetko úplne tak, ako je to prezentované. Tak som si povedal, že bol by fajn na to poukázať nejakou formou, lebo nakoniec satíra vždy patrila do vyspelej spoločnosti. Každý sa tým oháňal, že vo vyspelej spoločnosti by to malo mať vždycky miesto. No a tu ako si vykapala tá satíra. Bola tu vždy. A mali sme tu skvelých umelcov, ktorí sa tomu venovali, len bola inak nastavená doba, bola iná politická garnitúra pri moci. To dnes ako keby bolo trestným činom pomaličky už kritizovať, nemyslím len súčasnú, ale aj predchádzajúce vlády, že už tu tá cenzúra tu je, tá sloboda slova je tu obmedzovaná. A keď sa rozpráva niečo a poukazuje na niekoho, na koho by sa poukazovať asi nemalo, tak je problém.
A keď hovoríte, že nie je tu satíra, tak sú takí rôzni influenceri na internete, ktorí robia aj že kritické videá na politikov, väčšinou na politikov súčasnej vlády, koalície, opozície nie.
Otázka je, že ako formou to robia. Oni to robia tak dosť prvoplánovo z môjho pohľadu, že idú vlastne vyslovene po tom človeku. Tam to nie je už so satírou nemá spoločné, to už je zaujatosť. Ja sa nesnažím robiť satíru alebo poukazovať na politikov len z jedného politického spektra. Tým sa možno aj odlišujem tým, že jednoducho, keď mi niečo nevonia alebo nesedí, alebo niečo rezonuje medzi ľuďmi z jedného alebo druhého názoru politického spektra, tak na to poukážem. Ja sa nezamýšľam nad tým, že či je z opozície alebo či je z koalície. Jednoducho sú veci, ktoré sú tu, ľudia to riešia, rozprávajú sa o tom a ja na to chcem poukázať. Ale slušnou formou, bez toho, že by som niekoho osobne atakoval alebo uradil. To niektorí tak robia, že vyslovene vejdu po tom človeku. A je to také dosť prízemné. Ja sa v tomto smere snažím inšpirovať umelcami, ktorí dokážu kritiku použiť a zašifrovať ju medzi riadky, takže aby to tá druhá strana pochopila. A aby sa o to nedotklo ako bytostne. Ale musí na to poukazovať, alebo mali by sa na to poukazovať, lebo nikto z týchto pánov, ktorí sú tam pri moci, že sú títo alebo predtým, oni nie sú chráneným druhom, oni sú v zásade ľudia, ktorí sú platení aj z mnohých daní, okrem iného. A ja ako volič očakávam, že budú naplňať to, čo mi niečo slúbili a nakoniec potom niečo iné spravili. Takže ja ich len konfrontujem s tým, čo oni prezentovali a čo nakoniec iné spravili.
Ste to už povedali, že či to presne už nesmeruje až takej dehumanizácii, že keď si niekoho vezmu na mužku, na paškal, keď človek vidí aj tie satirické stránky na internete, na Facebooku, že nič proti satíre, ale vyslovene to, že si vezmu na paškal jedného, dvoch ľudí z jedného spektra a tam je toho niekto, kto je možno duševne labilnejší a nie tak s nejakým pancierom s azbestovým, tak to môže aj zle psychicky znášať.
Spoločnosť je polarizovaná neskutočným spôsobom. Sú len dva tábory. Ten, ktorý je pri moci a ten, ktorý je proti nim. Tí, ktorí sú pri moci, budú robiť všetko preto, aby tam zostali aj naďalej. A tí, ktorí sú teraz na opačnom spektre, tí budú robiť všetko preto, aby sa tam dostali do tom výmena stráži. To je stále do kolečka tie isté tváre, tí istí ľudia, ktorí medzi sebou súperia. V konečnom dôsledku, ale nie je to také, ako to prezentujú. A to ma mrzí, a to sa snažím tým ľuďom aj naznačovať, že ono to nie je také, ako to prezentujú na tých v tých mediálnych priestoroch, že v konečnom dôsledku oni sú kamaráti. A toto je ich práca. Toto je práca, ktorú oni to musia. Ten ich volič to očakáva, že sa budú...
Myslíte konflikt? Áno, to som presne chcela povedať, že ľudia, ktorí možno nechodia do parlamentu a nevidia tam, oni sú predsa spolu vo výboroch, že často ten konflikt nie je až taký vyostrený, ako je pred kamerami. Však oni tam ako majú výbory, rôzne akcie, a keď ich aj človek vidí tam v reštaurácii, parlamente úplne v pohode, aj pozdravia, aj komunikujú, čo mne sa zase páči, mne sa nepáči, keď kritika konštruktívna, fajn, ale nepáči sa mi, keď to už ide do, neviem, aký je váš názor, do osobného osočovania, invektív, urážok, výslovne, čo vidíme často aj v parlamente.
Napríklad, že spolu komunikujú, len potom to nemôžu potom prezentovať na verejnosti, že to je iné. Ja to beriem, však ja poznám tých politikov, poznám možno 40% tých najvýznamnejších.
O 9. to spustili.
Takže ja to beriem, len potom tí ľudia sa kvôli hádajú kvôli tomu, čo vidie na obrazovke. Príde debata v Markize alebo hociakých týchto mienkotvorných médiách, oni sa tam nakladajú, takže keby mohli pištole vytiahnuť, tak sa zastrelia a to zastrom kamery idú spolu v jednom aute naspäť. A potom tí ľudia, keď to vidia, alebo oni veria tomu svojmu, alebo tej jednej, alebo tej druhej strane, tak oni sa kvôli ním pohádajú. A oni sú v pohode, ale dokážu komunikovať, ale návonok prezentujú, že si nerozumejú. To je zlé. Neklamte tých ľudí. Oni klamú ľudí, verejne v podstate vnášajú vedome vnášajú medzi nich akoby takú nevraživosť. Ako boli ním sú ľudia a rodinní, rozladení, nielen teraz, ale aj počas toho covidu to tak bolo. A toto musím na to, nemusím, chcem na to poukázať.
Ale odtedy to trvá.
Tam to bolo také prepuklé, tak ako to mnohí povedali, jednoducho tú nenávisť do tej politiky niesol Igor Matovič. To je jednoducho ten slovník a spôsob komunikácie, aký on prezentoval a prezentuje. No tak jednoducho toto nebolo nikdy.
Ani za Mečiara to nebolo.
No, kedysi tých politik bol niekto, pred ktorými ľudia sa jednoducho, to bola nejaká osobnosť, nejaká autorita. Človek, ktorého si ľudia vážili. A dneska sa oni bavia spolu ako štamgasti 4. cenovej skupiny. A tí ľudia samozrejme tým, že oni sa bavia takto na verejnosti, kopírujú. Potom je to dostať. Potom sa mi čudujú, že prečo sú ľudia takí, lebo kopírujú tých vás, ale ešte správanie. Ponúkajte ľuďom slušnosť, komunikujte normálne, používajte. Náš slovenský jazyk má množstvo krásnych výrazových prostriedkov, kedy môžem toho človeka dostať, kam potrebujem. Ale nemusím ho osočovať, nemusím nadávať, nemusím skákať do reči, nemusím byť osobný, to, čo oni robia. A tí ľudia si to osvoja a potom to spoločne zakončujú.
Či tieto vaše slova nepotvrduje, toto sa stalo premiérovi, lebo tie slova atentátnika a tesne po tom, čo povedal policiu, kvôli čomu to spravil, aj teraz, keď bol ten súd za otvorenú kultúru a dusí kultúru a to, že či nekopíruje vlastne tie ich slova, čo hovorili tí politici. Vlastne to potvrduje to, čo hovoríte, to chcem povedať. Že je to už len to haslen výsledok.
Presne tak.
Kam to ešte speje?
Môže to spieť doslova k anarchii. Keď ľudia si začnú to vysvetľovať podľa seba všetko. Ale na to aj to právo, aj to spravodlivosť, ako tak vidím, že spravodlivosť je na Slovensku slepá. V mnohých prípadoch, že človek, keď potrebuje pomôcť tých ľudí, ktorí by ho mali pomôcť, tak to sprehodia cez palubu. No a tí, ktorí by mali sedieť vo väzení a byť bratí na zodpovednosť, tak sa vám smejú do očí. A potom môže nastať to, ako to spomínali niektorí predstaviteľi štátu, že ľudia prestanú veriť súdom, čo už je koniec, a začnú brať spravodlivosť do vlastných rúk. A potom sa budú všetci čudovať, že čo sa stalo? Ovocie hlasovania.
Ste to spomínali aj v poslednom videu, v jednom poslednom videu, že tým, že ľudia sú sklamaní z toho, že Matovič behá náš behá po slobode, že im možno nevadí tá dražoba, inflácia, ale a darček, ktorý dostanú asi naračili na 13. dôchodok 6. decembra, ale to, že nemá učinené za dosť spravodlivosť.
To si musel odpovedať tí, ktorí chceli byť pri moci a ktorí tu moc majú. Slúbili to ľuďom. Ľudia len očakávajú to, čo vám niekto slúbi. Jasné, že politik mal. Nikto vám nemôže toľko dať, ako vám môže slovenský politik, akýkoľvek politik slúbiť, to je v poriadku. Ale potom sa nemôžu čudovať, že ja to volím, pretože som sa nikdy nehambil, že ja začnem otačať takisto smerom, ktorým sa nastavovať zariadlo, že ahoj chlapci. My sme to povedali niekoľkokrát. Oni si to uvedomujú, že pokiaľ nespravia niečo, čo si tí ľudia všimnú a že tí ľudia, na ktorých oni poukazujú, budú odsúdení, alebo respektíve, že budú minimálne braní na zodpovednosť, tak sa to napätie a ten odpor ľudí voči nim vystupňuje. A to len preto, že sa k tomu takto stávajú.
Podľa čoho si vyberáte politika, ktorého parodujete, akože to, čo vás najviac zarezonuje, alebo vás najviac naštve, alebo
Neparodujem
to, čo je
politika.
aktuálne?
No áno, čo je aktuálne, čo tak v spoločnosti najviac sa asi tak, o čom sa rozpráva. Keď sa rozprávalo o nejakých sankčných balíčkoch, alebo neviem, teraz tá vojenská základná služba, čo pán prezident absolvoval, tak jednoducho to sú témy, o ktorých sa ľudia rozprávať. Prídete k lekárovi, prídete na fotbal, hoci kde sa bavíte s ľuďmi, ja sa stretávam s ľuďmi, tým moja práca je taká, aká je, že sa stretávam každý víkend so stovkami, tisícami ľudí, tak je vždycky priestor na to, aby sa debatovali aj o spoločenskej situácii. No takže odtiaľ to ja čerpem. Jasné. Samozrejme, vypočujem si, čo sa deje v mainstreame, potom si teda veľmi pozriem, čo sa deje na internete, aké sú témy, no a podľa toho to vyťahujem. Čo je aktuálne? To, čo bolo včera aktuálne.
Je to hektické veci, čo teraz leto, ale hovoria, že jeseň bude horúca, tak...
Bude horúca na 100%, lebo tak všetko k tomu smeruje. Dneska som pozeral správy, že už dlh Slovenska sa až plná 80 miliard, to je chore, teraz tie výdavky, tie náklady na ten život, ktorý sa rozprával o tom plyne, ako to bude, či to bude, tí ľudia to žijú, majú to podvedomie uložené teraz. Proste žijeme v strachu, obave a neistote, že čo bude, ako bude. Namiesto upokojenia tej situácie, o ktorej tak rozprávali všetci tí mudrláti o vlekoch, potom atentáte, ako idú upokojovať spoločnosť, že aspoň na 100 dní, koľko im to vydržalo, ani nie 24 hodín. Viete, každý chlap, väčšinou je tam chlapov v politike, ktorí sa prezentujú, by mali si ukontrolovať emócie a hlavne to, čo povedia, aby si za tým stáli. Lebo slovo robí chlapa. A keď budú takto tárať, niečo iné povia aj niečo iné spraví, môžu ťažko len čakať nejakú dôveru a podporu ľudí. A môžu takisto. Ja oslovujem pomerne silnú masu ľudí a dnes mám približne 100 000 odberateľov, sledovateľov na 500 sieťami a húfnymi pribúdajú. To znamená, že asi sa v tom tí ľudia nachádzajú a súhlasia s tým názorom aj s tým, ako to prezentujem. A možno aj preto, že nie som jednostranne zameraný, že na to, keď som parodoval počas covidu ako bezdomovca, robím si to na Matoviča, že jak to bolo perfektne. Teraz urobíte bezdomovca na podobný spôsob a pýtate sa predsedu vlády, že pán predseda takto, už je problém. Čo to je tá objektivita? Ja nemôžem byť zaujatý, že ja som neurazil, ja sa pýtam rok, aby sme nedopadli zle, aby nebol aj slávne, tam javne.
A vám potom tí politici nevolajú?
Nie.
Vám nikto nevolá?
Naopak, oni ma sledujú a oni sú aj rádi v zásade svojím spôsobom, že pokiaľ sú trošku nad vecou, čo by mali byť nad vecou, tak musím očakať, že budú všetci len nádokážnosti. No tak ja hovorím, poznám osobne Blanára, poznám Blášku, s Ficom sme sa stretli niekoľkokrát, každého, aj z opozície, s Igorom Janskulíkom a s týmito KDH, s mnohými sa stretávam, mnohými sedíme na káve, pri pive, rozprávame sa, hovorím, chlapci, všetko fajn, ja to beriem, je to vaša práca. Len robte tak, aby ste si nepovedali ľudí.
A ja keby som ale bola voliť opozície, tak nie som spokojná ani s opozíciou. Mám pocit, že ťahajú len za kratší koniec. Keď si to porovnám, keď bol Robert Fico v opozícii, tak to boli síce tlačovky, ale to boli úderné fakty a proste zarezonoval. Aj vtedy udával témy. A teraz mám pocit, že opäť udáva témy a opozícia, keby som bola voliť, tak by vadí, že len reflektuje na témy, ktoré sa dejú tu a neprichádzajú s niečím novým úderným.
To je pravda. Ja Fica ako politika mám rád. Ako politik je naozaj asi v súčasnosti najlepší slovenský politik. Možno, a takisto čelí rôznym tlakom, nátakom, aj zvonku, do západu, možno je obklopený aj tu na tom svojom nejakom priestore s ľuďmi, ktorí mu môžu podkopovať nohy. Nie je to ľahké, ale tak je to skúsený politik a takisto si musí vedieť obhájiť niektoré veci, ktoré prezentuje a potom inak to pretočí. A musíme niekoho mať, no sme tak nastavení, že tomu tých politikov musíme mať, vzhľadom na to, že tá parlamentná demokracia tu nejaká je a že tie politické strany sa volia na to, aby tu niekto ten štát riadil. Otázka je, že či je to dobre riadené a že či to dobre smerujeme.
Človek musí mať osobnostné predispozície, aby vedel monitorovať, riadiť, a nie to už vôbec štát. My sme videli tomu koncov v minulosti, ale viete si predstaviť, že napríklad dobre, alternatíva sú vždycky rýchlu alternatívu, že taký Michal Šimička by bol premiér v takomto období pri takomto schodku deficitu.
No veď to je ten problém na reči, že my nemáme na výber. Viete, že koho? Že keď nie títo, lebo sa ma pýtajú ľudia. Od koho by si tam chceli? Tamky? Nechcel by som. Ale ani títo, ktorí tam sú, oni sú vedomí toho, že tí ľudia to, keď si na to predstavia, ako len vidia nejaké videá alebo nejaké vyjadrenia, tak Páni Bože, sa vám prekázať, že tam by to, že kde by sme boli, keby tam boli, povedzme, že oni. Lebo už len tá predstava je zlá. A keby naozaj, že boli pri moci, a tie orby, ja neviem čo, ja som to povedal, ale oni nebudú takí zhovivaví voči vám, keď by prišlo k niečom k lámaniu chleba. Vy tam prídu policajti vás zoberú a budú vás riešiť okamžite. Vy ste akože, vy chcete stále používať akože diplomáciu a že nechcete byť...
Nie sme ako oni.
No.
Nebudeme vykopávať na neho.
To je v poriadku, no, ale ako sa hovorí, na veľkú dieru veľké záplaty. Nikto nechce, aby vykopávali dvere, ale zase na druhej strane ten poriadok by tu mal byť nejaký spravený. Ak na niekoho ukazujem, každá tlačovka, každé vyjadrenie, či je to Ficové alebo kohokoľvek z toho politického prostredia v rámci koalície, oni za to môžu, pred nich konsolidujeme. Tak ja sa pýtam, že prečo ich neriešite? Ja za to nemôžem. Keď to oni spôsobili, že tu zanechali 20 miliard, tak ich riešim. A neprehľadám to, lebo že to je nejaká iná téma. Ja to takto vnímam, to je môj názor.
Spomínali ste KDH. Nie ste prekvapení z toho odchodu KDH od kresťanského smeru k progresívnemu, liberálnemu smeru? Nie ste prekvapení, lebo ste to čakali? Alebo ako?
KDH ma nikdy neprekvapovali. KDH si dostávajú svoju cestu, len to malo Boha veľmi ďaleko. To, čo oni robia, čo prezentujú. Nakoniec aj samotná cirkev je v rozklade totálnom, ako katolícka. Aj vďaka tomu COVID. Nikdy počas histórie, čo mi rozprávali aj rodičia, starí rodičia, nikdy neboli kostoly zatvorené ako počas COVID. Tá cirkev samozrejme, že oslavla, nikto sa nepostavil za tých veriacich. Je tu 800 000 veriacich, ktorí sa hlásia ku kresťanstvu, ku katolíckej cirkvi. Nemohli chodiť do kostola, do chrámu ani počas vojny. Toto nebolo. No a samozrejme, že to je ani tí biskupy, ani kňazi, ani samotná politická strana sa nepostavila za tých ľudí. Nebolo to také dramatické, aby to až takto fatálne riešili, a späť to nedostanete. Sú poloprázdne kostoly, prázdne farári. Ty sa pozerajú, že kde sú ľudia. To je naše maslo. No by ste sa priklonili napevne, dohrali ste tú hru, celé museli ste doradiť do konca. Nebolo to len tak, akože ste to chceli, ale dostali ste to príkaz a napevno i ďalší. Mám takú skúsenosť a dokonca to máme potvrdené od viacerých kňazov osobne.
Vy bývate pri Biči, ako sa volá
Kolárovice.
Kolárovice. Ako sa napríklad v Kolárovice pozerajú ľudia na to, že na tú zmenu ústavy a pohľavia, ale že či je to potrebné, alebo že či je to len nejaká zástupná téma?
Nie, riešia to. Ľudia riešia to, že či budeme môcť kúriť, za koľko budeme môcť kúriť, aký dedina, tak to nie. Či budú mať za to kúpiť, či budú mať kúpiť lieky, či budú mať na zaplatení bežných výdavkov, čo to riešia. Toto je politická téma, ktorú by ľudia riešili.
Ale vy ste prišli k témy, alebo to bol taký lakmusový papírek, že všetci ľudia chcú zachovať KDH. Keď to téma?
Ja to nebylo. Mohli to takto vyskúšať, ale ja mi to očakával, že sa... iba najmý človek.
Ale to aj šlo o dveterka, taký spôsobný výskumom, KDH, neviem, zadržujem.
Presne vám neverím, ako ja písať neverím.
Ale o dveterka neviem,
lebo prieskumy agentúry takisto sú niečoho živené.
Odjeli sme to veľmi povedať, a to hovorili, že...
Zaplatím si agentúry, ktoré by prieskumy také čísla vypráviť. Nakoniec bol som to celkom, keď som robil ešte pánovi Gašparovi, čo kampaň. Že sa to zaplatilo jednoducho nejaký čas, aby tam boli tie čísla spravené. No a potom som to teda...
Že sa nakúpili?
To som normálne úplne rozpráva. Rozpráva sa o tom, že keď sú nejaké percenta, neviem koľko stojí. 10 000 či koľko eur.
Povedali ste takú zaujímavú vec, že opoziční politici alebo nejakí ich lídringovia sa môžu kritizovať, ale to bolo vidieť možno aj pri prezidentke, že oni sa človek nemohol povedať nič na jej osobu, ale tí ľudia, keď vidím teraz, že keď Vieša minister Šimkoviča neviem čo má oblečené a všelijaké tie komiksy a postrihané videá, že čím to je, že oni nemôžu byť kritizovaní? Alebo sú takí a citliví na ich nováčkov?
Sú krytí médiami hlavného prúdu. Proste také sú príkazy, nekritizovať. Keby čokoľvek, tak človeka, ktorý kritizuje, tak ho buď ho budú hejtovať, ktorí na to dopredu ľudia, alebo jednoducho nebudú sa v tom človeku baviť a skryjú ho pod tie svoje krídla mediálne.
A vy normálne pozeráte aj správy večer?
No sa, kvôli inšpirácii.
Máte z toho kvôli inšpirácii?
Ja som na bezumia, ktoré mňa vôbec správy neiritujú. Ako pozriem si kvôli tomu, že čo sa deje v spoločnosti a potom si to konfrontujem s realitou. Ale nemám z toho absolútne nič, pretože to sú len názory, to nie sú pravdivé informácie. My sme tí, ktorí máme najpravdivejšie informácie, to sa tak oni radi tak obhajujú, tie rôzne televízie, najsledovanejšie spravodajstvo. Prezentujú názory, častokrát povedia, že z neoverených zdrojov, údajne a ďalšie takéto. To nemá žiadnu pre mňa žiadnu váhu. To znamená, že prezentujú názor niekoho, kto chce, aby sa ten názor prezentoval, ja by som mal tomu ako divák veriť. Už dávno médiám neverím, pretože tisíckrát mi to klamali, ale to nie je tisíckrát.
A sledujete alternatívne?
Môžem.
Potom si robíte nejaké
Sledujem, počúvam a musíte každý. Sme počúvali len ľudí a sledovali len jeden názorové svetie. To tam potúpenie.
Myslíte si, že tie mediálne politické relácie by mali byť vyrušené a mali byť mediálne bez politiky?
Nemyslím si, to zase len politická téma. To sa tým neriešia. Ľudia sú tam, to má, že chodia do kostola, tak si zapínajú. O 10. zapnem teatr, veľký tam ideme, o 11. tam začínajú. O 11. začínajú tam tie dialógy s tým Bráňom, potom je na STV, potom na Markíze, takže jeden na druhý. Oni vedia, že im to ono to je sledované, keby to nebolo sledované, tak to nerobia.
Tak ono už sa tam pridali aj tlačovky premiéra, keď on vlastne udá tému a to všetkých debat, ktoré následujú potom a aj Lenka Ježová to vedeli, že čo robiť, tak si vedeli. A som čítala, že to je dokonca sledovanejšie, ako niekedy bývalo na televízii.
Ľudia majú radi politiku, bavia sa oni všade. Že keby to nemalo, keby tí ľudia im to dali najavo, že pozrú si Peoplemetre a zistia, že tam majú 1% sledovanosť, tak to nebudú robiť, lebo sa im to neoplatí, na čo by mínali energiu.
Ako sa pozeráte na tú situáciu, ktorá sa deje na Ukrajine a vlastne tú pomoc, ktorú sme poskytli Ukrajincom aj vojenskú, aj potom humanitárnu a vlastne čo my za to máme teraz, že bojujeme o každý, neviem, kubík plynu a...
Neviem, čo z toho máme my. O nás bez nás, viete, ako nás zatiahnu do niečoho, keby sa spravil nejaký prieskum medzi ľuďmi, že čo si o tom myslia, tak by boli všetci prekvapení. A všetko sa robí o nás bez nás. Nie? Či sa ide robiť veterné parky alebo baterkárne, nikto sa nepýta, že či to tí ľudia chcú alebo nechcú. To zaujíma štátovodka. O takýchto veci sa nekomunikujú, lebo tak sa rozhodli. Dostali mandát, tí ľudia robia. Tak by ste z Ukrajiny prezentujú to, čo prezentujú, ako to prezentujú. No a či je to správne, treba sa spýtať ľudí, ale nie pred voľbami.
A robí sa podľa vás politika na 4 svetové strany, alebo je to, ako hovorí opozícia, že Fico nás ťaha do Ruska, Fico nás ťaha na východ? Potom Merc ho pochváli a potom zase je, že Merc si ho točil okolo prstu, to je zle.
To je hlúpak, toto tvrdí. Jasne, že robí politiku na všetky svetové strany. Bol v Rusku, bol v Amerike, bol vo Francúzsku, bol v Španielsku, bol v Taliansku premiérkou, bol so všetkými relevantnými ľuďmi, ktorí poťahujú nitkami v politike, americkým prezidentom a tak ďalej. Že aká politika je jednostranná. Všade. On musí udržovať kontakty so všetkým. Aj s tým. My nepoťahujeme nitkami Slovensko. A my keď chceme, ako to povedal, pretože chceme zvyknúť byť, musíme byť. A musíme sa podvoliť častokrát aj. On vie, že robí veci, ktoré by on ako osobne podľa mňa ani nespravil častokrát. Lenže sú tam nejaké zmluvy, nejaké dohody, nejaké tlaky a musí tomu podľahnúť. My sa, čo sa my postavíme ako Slováci, 5,5 miliónov ako nazadné voči týmto, ktorí potiahujú týmto veľkým ekonomikám. To na to doplatí, no len my. Oni nás dostanú tam, kam potrebujú. My ich potrebujeme, my sme závislí na nich. Nie oni na nás. My na nich sme. A preto tá politika je taká, aká je, že sklopíme v uši a možno to nadávať, ja doma môžem pred kamerami čokoľvek, ale v konečnom dôsledku sa spraví tak, ako chcú tí nad nami, ktorí nás potrebujú.
A myslíte si, že on, keď robí tieto, že teda, že v zahraničnej politike, akože naplňa to človek, keď ste vrali, že skôr vo vnútornej politike, že je to také diskutabilné, ale že v tej zahraničnej, podľa vášho názoru, že nie je čo, že tam naplňa to, čo hovorí na ktorých strane?
Nie, tam čo vytknúť. Ja nemám čo vytknúť.
Z vášho pohľadu?
Z môjho pohľadu určite nie. Určite nie. Ja keď vidím a keď to sledujem to dosť intenzívne, robí politiku na všetky svetové strany. Bodka.
Myslíte si, že ľudia by ožali 13. dôchodok?
Teraz už nie.
Teraz už nie.
Naučili ma.
Prvý rok áno, možno, a teraz už druhý nie.
Už nie.
Ale oni aj to hovoria, že to je teda, pre mňa to je no-go, že v žiadnom prípade.
Má to logiku, viete. Pozrite ľudí, bola to pred tým stolom. A teraz sa tým ľuďom začne chutiť. Im povie to dosť. To už nebudete jesť. Ako zareagujú. Idú na neba, lebo sa im tam páči. Ten 13. dôchodok svojím spôsobom nerieši situáciu, samozrejme, ako ich dlhodobo. Poteší ich. Dostanú niečo, považujú, že za niečo také, ako že si nás uctí, že si nás váži, ale teraz mi to zoberte. A vysvetľujte, že konsolidácia, že toto neexistuje. Aj keby to mali z vlastných peňazí dať, tí politici, tak by im to dali, pretože to je politická základňa. A tí dôchodcovia, koľko ich tu je? 1 200 000 voličov, to je plus minus, keď im to zoberú. Môžu rozprávať o tom, že či to je správne rozdielované, alebo čo oni to dali, tak paušálne to dávajú. Ale toto, keby na to siahli, tak to je konečná. To si myslím, že by tí dôchodcovia videli, zobrali aj lopaty, aj keby štrajkovali predu rad vlády, lebo toto im slúbili a to im na to ani nesiahnu, lebo ako vy hovoríte, že to je pre nich téma, to nebudú otvárať, absolútne nie.
Ale na druhej strane tí seniori majú deti, vnúčatá, ktorí možno podnikajú a platia tú transakciu daň, ktorá im cinká a zase tá skupina bola naštvatá.
Transakčná daň nie je problém. Nakoniec som podnikateľ, to sú naozaj...
Neobmedzuje vadní, nie je to nejaké...
To sú halivové záležitosti. Ale len hovorím to naozaj, že pri tých úvazkoch to sú, ja neviem, aj 10 eur niektorí. Centové záležitosti, to nie je problém. Problém je v tom, že prečo ho pýtajú od ľudí. Viete, že prečo máme na tom sa doplácať. Kvôli drastičná dane, kvôli tomu, že sa odvolám na to, čo bolo povedané, že tu niekto zanechal sekeru, že musíme konsolidovať.
Možno málo komunikujú to, že je to...
Zlato je vykomunikované.
I made big lie. It was quite expensive, barely survived by sheer luck. I almost wanted to reserve the story, autobiography, rather than monster journal. How can I express so much in presence? Although I did not see my companion's vengeful fulfilled to the end. The Pictians, the illustrated Reginald Lama, who accompanied me on the trip, are included in the book.
Konsolidujeme kvôli vám. Vždycky tej opozícii, kvôli vám. Ale tak prečo teda? Keď to je kvôli vám, kvôli vašim predstaviteľom, ktorí boli tedy pri moci, tak sa pýtam, prečo nie sú riešení? Nič viac.
Ako sa pozeráte na to, že mainstreamové médiá alebo aj zahraničné z Čiech prišli také správy? Mainstreamové médiá jednak tlačia narratív, že je odliv mozgov zo Slovenska kvôli tomu, čo sa tu deje. A aj z Čiech prišla taká informácia, že českí turisti nechcú na Slovensko cestovať kvôli Ficovi.
To je blbosť. To je totálna blbosť, to si len zase vymyslel niekto nejakú takú tému, však čakaj sú voľby, nie?
Presne tak.
Česko.
Z Dechovského a ten zlá skope každé 2 dní.
No, to je len vyslovené, to je hlúposť, totálne. Politici nikdy nemôžu rozdeliť na tieto národy, ako sa povedal, spolu sa žili ako bratské národy. To, čo politici tu prezentujú, do akej miery to má váhu, čo povie Zdechovský alebo nejaký tam politik. Neberiem vážne ani ľudia, tak myslím, nikto normálny myslím. Samozrejme, že ľudia sa nechajú ovplyvniť niekedy tým názorom tých politikov, ale nijak natoľko, aby začali medzi sebou teda brojiť dva susedské, respektíve bratské národy.
A u vás Kolárovi sú ako skôr opozične, koalične, alebo ako tam?
Podľa volieb, keď som videl posledné voľby, tak zatiaľ je to tak, že nie len u nás, okres ako takom, v Ličianskom zatiaľ som nastavený na tú podporu tej koalície zatiaľ. Ale do akej miery to tak ešte bude a či to bude jav prvásne. Sú tam samozrejme mladí ľudia, ktorí sú z toho iného názoru, progresívne orientovaní. Ale potom sa teda to Matoviča ešte stále spomínajú, čo akože logika mi neberie, že Pane Bože, že na základe čoho, ale to vlastne len politiku len takú, že stále poukazuje na niečo, čo nemá nikdy doložené, ničím nepodložené a poukazuje na témy, ktoré v danej sekunde alebo v tej chvíli asi má aj pravdu, ale už sa tí ľudia nezamýšľajú nad tým, že či to naozaj je. On povie A, on povie B. A potom, keď to konfrontujete, tak už nemáte čo, lebo to bolo vtedy aktuálne. Je mu to premysleť nejaké politické body.
Myslíte si, že neparlamentné strany, ktoré nevládnu, nie sú v exekutíve, môžu mať konkurenčnú výhodu v tom, že ľudia nepoznajú ich spôsob vládnutia a budú ich o to viac voliť ako napríklad Republika?
Čo povedať, Republika má svoju voličskú základnú. Republika nie je tu neznáma strana. Tak oni si robia tú politiku zásady cez Európsku, ale oni majú tam tých svojich líderov, že oni sa ohlasujú, robia stále tú istú politiku, ako aj robili. Republika sa určite do parlamentu vie dostať. Vidím o tom reálne. Otázka je, že za tým výtlakom.
A že či budú v opozícii alebo v koalícii?
No, to je ďalšia vec. No asi v koalícii, v opozícii, ťažko s ich retorikou a s ich videním a vnímaním sveta.
No áno, ale myslím, že v ďalších voľbách, akože dostať sa zrejme prekloniť tých 5%, a otázne, ako sa vyskladá, kto bude víťaz volieb, že ako to vlastne bude vyskladané, lebo ten posledný prieskum to bolo, že koalícia 41,1 a opozícia 41,3.
To je, že koľko ľudí pôjde voliť.
A je tam nejakých 14% nerozhodných voličov. Ľudia sú z toho veľmi sklamaní.
No ja sa obávam toho, že ja vám poviem pravdu, že ja som aktuálne takisto nastavený, že skôr nepôjdem voliť ako voliť.
Že sa vykašľate na to, že je to v rukách voliča.
Normálne to aj napíšem, ak teda bude takýto rozpoloženie, že budem mať však. Myslím si, že som svojím spôsobom dosť aktívne prispieval k tomu, aby sa dostala do parlamentu Uliakovci s Dankom. Lebo v tom čase som mal, ja neviem, 60 000 sledovateľov. To je dosť už. Tak ja som tam verejne vyjadril podporu týmto ľuďom. A myslím si, že z veľkej časti tí ľudia aj išli aj na základe tohto a potom týmto dať ten priestor a dostali sa tam.
Nemrzí vás to spätne? Lebo ste natočili tiež teraz nejaké video, keď sa premenovali.
To nebol výsmech, nech si každý urobí na to názor, aký chce. Otočili zase, všetci otáčali. Viete,
To už bolo možno také posledné, že týmto posledným ste uverili a...
Neviem, či som im uveril, ale jednoducho z tých možností, ktoré boli, tak som si jednoducho vybral práve túto možnosť, lebo mi to bolo blízke.
A to bol taký už posledný klinec, že už...
Ako to mnohí povedali, že nakoniec aj v alternatívnych médiách, aj na Infovone to rozprávajú tí ľudia, ktorí tam chodievajú do tých médií, že posledná šanca. Dostali títo ľudia, poslednú šancu. To nedostáva. Mnohí ľudia, čo ja teda vnímam, sú aktuálne rozhodnutí ísť nevoliť, ak by boli voľní. Logicky. Pretože však sú sklamaní. Komu dáme priestor opakovane tým, ktorí nás sklamali? Nemáte na výber. A to je samozrejme voda na mlyn potom tej opozícii, pretože tým, že nepôjdeme my voliť, tak oni...
Určite áno.
Takže bude sa musieť robiť nejaká antikampaň obrovská, že vlastne tam bude len súboj dvoch svetov.
O nerozhodného voliča.
No, otázka je, že 10 priklonia tí sklamaní. Nerozhodní sú na tí.
Vždy ten tábor nemôže voličov, ale otázne, že tých nerozhodných, z ktorého tábora koľko bude a koľko sa im ich pravda podarí presvedčiť.
A či sa ešte vôbec nechajú presvedčiť, či vôbec budú ochotní počúvať niečo a niekoho, lebo tu už bolo toľko vecí následovaných a povedaných, že...
Že či to nie je škoda, že taká téma ako voda, pôda, les, čo na Slovensku je aktuálne, že to zaniklo.
To bola dobrá téma pre Huliaka. Nakoniec sme to vytlačil z toho nejaký potenciál a už to nerozpráva nakoniec, keď už je minister športu. To už zrazu nie je téma pre ňu dôležitá. Voda, pôda, les, no veď však sa tu dejú veci a keď si necháme zobrať úrodnú pôdu, ktorú máme na celým Slovenskom a zastávame to, no potom to nebudeme chcieť a potom to budeme chcieť riešiť, lebo zistíme, že je problém, to nebudeme môcť riešiť. Takže mali by sme to riešiť, pokiaľ sa to riešiť dá.
A také tiež, že všetké zelené energie a tieto green deally, čo ide z EU.
Ja to nemám peniaze na toto.
To veľa nejaké pretláčanie niečoho, čo nás tu presvedčiť o tom, že toto je jediná cesta.
11 plečkoj, no.
Keď idú na samity o green deal a všetci.
To stojí iba jedno.
Máte odpoveď na to, že ako ten green deal oni myslia vážne.
Lebo aj spoločnosti a manažeri veľkých spoločností, nadnárodných alebo národných, slovenských, výrobných, strojárskych, sú veľmi sklamaní z Európskej únie, kam to smeruje, všetky tie nariadenia, obmedzenia sú likvidačné pre priemysel nielen na Slovensku, ale aj v Európe. A Európa už nie je absolútne konkurencieschopná.
Viete veľmi dobre o tom, že sa tu láškuje s takou myšlenkou, že by sa vystúpilo z Európskej únie. Bežne to používajú politici, myslím si, že s blížiacimi sa voľbami budú ešte o tom viacej rozprávať, lebo to je taká téma, ktorá tých ľudí akože vidia, že kam to smerujú, že kde to smerujú, aj čo sa týka tej podpory, aj čo sa týka toho Green Dealu, aj také tie rôzne nariadenia, ktoré sú proti Bohu, proti zdravému rozumu, proti všetkému. Tak len čakám, že niekto veľký z väčších štátov povie, že takto to je cesta do záhuby, že to oni povedia, že je najvyšší čas sa zaoberať nad tým, že či je zmysel vôbec pokračovať v tomto zoskupení. Počul som také názory, že to v zásade neudržateľné Európska únia ako taká v takomto nastavení, akom je, pretože robia veci, na ktoré ľudia začínajú prichádzať, že niečo sa deje, prebudzajú sa. Ľudia sa prebudzajú nielen na Slovensku, ale aj v zahraničí.
Aby sme to nehovorili len tak depresívne, vy...
realita.
Ja viem, aby sme to neukončili depresívne. Uprostred leta, tak ja som našla na tej vašej stránke, že normálne ako vás dávajú, že si vás objednajú na akcie a tam viete robiť celovečerný program. Preto máte víkendy plné?
Keď len víkend, ja robím tak 130, jasné, keď sú dobre zaplatené. Tak to sú dobre zaplatené, pretože keď chcú politici priniesť a pritiahnuť ľudí na tie ich táraniny, musia zavolať nejaký program. Takže to je môj priestor.
Ak aj nepôjdete voliť, tak nevylučujete, že by ste boli účastní.
Musí to byť strašne dobre zaplatené.
No dobre,
ale za to vždy bolo.
A keby vám PSK strašne dobre
to je problém.
Tak to hovorím, že...
Jasne, že nie každé.
Alebo demokrati.
Nie každé, to určite nie. Ty by ma ani neoslovili, lebo vedia, že tam by asi som ich nevyval, aj to by muselo byť strašne veľa peňazí, aby som sa vôbec za to nezamýšľal, ale osobne by som tam určite neprišiel.
Ale bude to zaujímavé sledovať, teda vyzerá, že nebudú predčasné voľby, tú kampaň, ktorá bude. Jednak bude komunálne, budú voľby ono.
Sa teším na to. Starostovia to na to riešili.
Bude vôňa asfaltu, lebo sme sa ho správali pred chvíľou. A potom tie parlamentné voľby na roky zase.
Boli, vždy volia budú, no a vždy sa na to peniaze nájdu. Nakoniec politické strany dostali kopec peňazí. Za voľbu predchádzajúce, to sú 1 000 000, 100 000 peňazí, takže oni nemajú problém s financiami, absolútne žiaden. A keď bude treba obletieť celé Slovensko, 3-krát billboardami.
Pán Ručinec, tak ďakujem, že ste merali cestu sem a budem sa tešiť niekedy na budúce a vám prajem všetko dobré.
Ja ďakujem za pozvanie. Som rád, že som mohol prezentovať takýto názor, na spoločenskú situáciu v našej krajine. A chcem dorazniť, že to je môj subjektívny názor, ktorý som si nikdy nejak neuzorkoval, že to je pravda. No a nech si z toho poslucháči zoberú, čo chcú, majú na to svoje vlastné hlavy, aby s nimi premýšľali.
Lebo keď niekto, že zabávaš, tak od neho sa očakáva, že aj doma je zabávať, tak ste aj doma zábavne? Alebo
viete, doma som normálny, ale viete, dneska sa už v spoločnosti vyjadrujú vlastne situáciu, všetci herci, komunisti, to nič nemôže. Ale to národného divadla, to sú také rôzne a na rôznych pohodách, tak sa herci, elitky, francúzsky, jebaň vyjadrujú sa konkrétne. Takže ja sa snažím prezentovať ten svoj názor, na to mám právo, na to mám oči.
A ten psík, ktorý vám tam dá, to je váš psík, to je borderka?
To je taký príženec nejaký, ale taký povedať, že borderka, potom som si to vytvoril úplne niečo iné.
A to sa znamená?
Bola tam nejaký, ale on je...
Koľko má rokov?
No, 7 bude.
Áno, lebo je tak účasť na tých videách tam
Ona je vtade jednoducho, ona vyplačaná veľmi, keď si to beží. Takže ona vtade je tam, ale stále tam leží, alebo tam sedí, ale proste tam niekde krouží. A mucha vyčná to nejaká divietka, že nás nič úplne naháňala. A kúsok od nás, tam niečo nie je také. Takže kúsok odo mňa. Keby som mal človeka iba to dáky, teraz techniky, ja mám ale on vydá partizánstvo. A keď budeme počuli iné videá, aj budeme ich určite, aj iné profesionálnejšej kvality, myšli prestrým na takúto telefón. No, áno, lebo v podstate ja som si naložil svoj kanál, som si povedal, odkedy videá, že oni sú vlastne streaming, tak budeme si tú komunitu, pretože je veľa tých videí nahrávam, aby som sa dostal do povedomia tých ľudí, na TikToku, na Facebooku. A keď už to bude mať nejaké takéto čísla, tak pôjdeme do toho relácií, aby to malo aj inú úroveň, asi to administratívne rozprávať. Ale je to také autentické, prirodzené. Nie je to život. A nie je dôležitý obal, ale...
Tak je to škoda. Pán Bartek, vy ste sa stali predmetom verejných útokov, dokonca teda som videla taký vantušik s vašou podobizňou. Jednak teda, že keď bol k tomu nejaký komentár, že keď sa treba pritúliť, ale
Počkám, pustíme toto. Som stále spustené tie kšefty. Čo sa videl celý na trhu? Sú dobré? Áno, ľudia odkupujú tie tabaky. To sú nejakí pičisovia, ktorí majú damage a nakladajú bomby, takže to vyzerá optimisticky, táto runda. Uvidíme, že ako situácia bude vyvíjať. Ето фучка, ето футра, ето пармезан toto. Fuck. What a beast. What a fucking beast. What a beast. What a fucking beast. Fakt jsem nechce vylizovat tohto pičesa. To je extrémny šovinista. Extrémne chorý šovinista. To je isto. Nejakí šmáci sú vylizaní. Máme vylizaného hiláča, ja. To nie je dobré. Dobra. Oh, the mojo, man. The good old-fashioned JoJo. Tentokrát nemáme slinu. To sa vždy očakával nejaký takýto chorý priebeh. A je to trošku chore, no. Je to vždy trošku chore, tieto veci, je to trošku chore. Toto je ten piču, s ktorým nechceš kávu miešať. Nechceš kávu miešať. Ja, nechceš kávu miešať. Situácia sa rozpadáva. Kto to ten prostor nechceš kávu miešať? Z žiadnych okolností s týmto pičesom nechceš kávu miešať. On ťa rozdratí na poseku. Ako to je Kanada, ale to sa vždy očakáva. Takýto proces. Niekedy sú to lacnejšie šmaky, niekedy sú to ťažšie šmaky. Tentokrát sú samozrejme ťažšie šmaky. Ma vyhodili tí špaci. Kurvy chore. Čo je dobré v podstate, lebo tie kurvy chore to aj tak nedajú. A ja môžem ísť na novú rundu šmakov. To je dobré. O tie kurvy chore to aj tak nedajú, to je pagoda. Tam sú analfabeti ako cíp. Tupí sprostí zaostalí bastardi. Takzvané hnisy. Ešte je dobré, že ma vyhodili. Tá skupina je odrovnaná na paseku. Odrovnaná na paseku. To nikdy úspešné nebude. Na škodu veci to nikdy úspešné nebude. To sú na škodu veci odrovnaní bastardi. Chorí na paseku fotra. Takže to je dobré, to je dobré. To je dobré. To je dobré, že ma chore kurvy vyhodili. To je veľmi dobré, to je veľmi prozaické. Lebo to bola chorá skupina kokotov. Mŕtvomozky, petolízače, chore hajzle, bastardi, rozhodne sa. Bolo veľmi dobre, sme zbavili tých kuriev chorých mozgov, mŕtvych pičelí, za čo už o prvé neúspešnej sračke som mal odtiaľ odísť. Tam som robil chybu, som stratil strašne veľa času zbytočne, lebo som silou mocou ostal s tou istou chamraďou a po prvom neúspešnom futre, čo sa výrazne obratilo v môj neprospech, čo som vedel. Bolo to riziko podnikania. To podnikanie tentokrát nebolo úspešné. Vždy je to otázkou rizika podnikania. Si dostaneš kamarát. Ja ti garantujem, že ak dostaneš kamarát, tak si skončil. Si vybavený. Si násolený v hnísi. Pokoľko pôjdem. Chcem sa zbaviť týchto modrých chamradí. Modrých chamradí sa veľmi ťažko zbaviť. Ja musím ísť za 80. modré chamrade. Obidve. To je to. Aj túto múdru chamrať. Počkaj, som sa pomýlil. A za 80 je to múdre chamrade. V živote nepredá. Bo som v podstate to bolo jedno. A tie litográfy modré som mal na tieto modré chamrade. Bolo to šokujúce, bol to šok. A bolo to samozrejme na moje triko. Na moje triko som mal odísť z tej chamrade. Potom som vedel, že to sú skurvení bastardi chorí narušení. Ale tak som ostal s nimi. Moja lojalita nebola odmenená. Tuple chore sprostné narušené chamrade ma vyhodili. Bastardi. Stále sa to. Niekedy neodmenia lojalitu. Tuple chore chamrade. Šokovaní z toho samozrejme nie sme. Ľudia sú, čo ľudia sú, choré chamrade, rasa psychicky narušených bastardov. Odrovnácom a primitívnych hnojov. Zvykneme ich volať v našej komunite odpadoví predári. Veľa mien tie chamrade. A kde sú tie ostatné? Bude to ťažké, lebo tí kokoti dali event. Ako s tým to mohli počkať ešte 2 dní. Kokotská chamrade. Nikto nerobí to tak kšefty teraz. A toto je priorita. A to je oveľa dôležitejšie ako event. Event mi nedá to, čo potrebujem, aby táto kalanda dala. Takže pokiaľ sa nespraví kalanda, tak sa na ne tvrdo burcuje. Tvrdo sa burcuje na ne. Tvrdo sa burcuje. Nebude to samozrejme sranda, ale to sa stáva. to majú byť goblini, je tu hovno. Nerozumiem tomu. Tí gobliny sa vôbec neobjavujú, čo je to za kokotina? Oni neexistujú, reálne. O rybách ani nehovorím. Niekedy si myslím, že to nemám updatenuté, ty kukos. No to nedáva zmysel. Ako to nie, že oni sa objavujú na pláži, neobjavujú sa ani tu. Ale je tu veľa týchto. To môže byť tá pičárna. Môže byť z toho ten posledný všívok. Oj, no nie vždy to klapne. Idem do Pure Light Hillu. Som si myslel, že sa budú objavovať gobliny, ale to nebudú. Som si došiel strácať čas. Oni sa reálne objavujú všade rovnako. To nie je, že gobliny sa objavujú na pláži, piča. Sáčka. Jediného goblina, ktorého som videl, bol v podstate v lese bol. Čo je? Na pláži ani jeden goblin v lese bol. Môžem vás ostrať naše hnojáky. Ale to sú tvrdé veci, to už... Toto nie je sranda. Snaží sa otačiť nejaké tie bobany, ale to je... Problém je, že zajtra budem musieť spraviť primárne to jeden dungeon minimálne. Minimálne jednu tú kryptoaugmentácie by som mal vylizať. Minimálne jednu kryptoaugmentáciu na škodu veci. Čo je na škodu veci? Gobliny neexistujú, to je paseka. Healej nie sú, healej viaznú. Koho tu máme? Daigona? Teď poďme ho vylizať. Mohol by som nejaké previty spraviť. Skúsiť kryptoaugmentácie, ale ešte nemôžem vlastne. Zajtra potrebujem liznúť. No, Pottera mi sa dal na 9000. Toto už také chore veci tu. Daigo nie je až taký dôležitý. Ak by sa nám to podarilo vylízať nejaké serverky, tak je to OK. Pridejte táto žena. Ona je najdôležitejší artikel, to je potrebujem vylizať. Táto žena na škodu veci. Ale tak hovorím, stačí jedna skupina pičesov nátvrdlých, ktorí nakúpili si silné veci. Jedni zázobanci a do 2 hodín sme hotoví, takže tu chcem len slinu chytiť. Len slinu, nič viac. Tie ryby neexistujú samozrejme, to je zase ďalšia pagoda. Rozmýšľam, čo som ešte oplatí tu robiť v tejto lustrácii. Nič, dneska sa nepôjdeme spať do 3, to už potiahneme. Do 3 potiahneme, urobíme tento kšeft. Dáme si budíka na 9. Na 8.58. Ťažko povedať, či do 3. spravím tú hnilovú, pochybujem. A pointa je, že by som nemal točiť tieto stromy. To pasikové stromy. Ono sa to rozprúdi a bude to trošku väčšia šlamastika, len potrebujeme trošku tie pagody roztočiť aj my. Budem prúzať do svumpu. Tam zvykne byť pičezmákový. Odkúpili sme tam 15 a 15 antik šlamastík. Chýbajú nám nejaké vylizovačky. No tak to sa snažíme napadne vylizovať. Veľmi decentné. To snažíme vylizovať a samozrejme nie je to sranda, nie je to medlízať. A mali sme pár pokusov. Už mal 30%, neboli sme ďaleko, ale nakoniec to nevyšlo. Tak je to výzva. To je extrémny coin flip, ten boss. Môže to ísť dobre, môže to ísť zle, môže to ísť stredne. To nikto nevieš, ako to pôjde. Záleží od skupiny pičesov. To záleží vždy od skupiny pičesov. Minulý týždeň to išlo extrémne rýchlo, do 2 hodín sme boli vybavení. Tento týždeň je zase pravý opak. Tu očakávam, že to nebudeme mať hotové ešte asi ani v sobotu. Je to vysoko pravdepodobné. Minimálne čakám, že je šanca, že to neukončíme zajtra takisto. Pretože tá akcia všetko komplikuje. Tento kokotský summer event. Tento letný žúr, to je koniec. Tento letný žúr. Ľudia nechodia túto ženu točiť. Čo je extra nepríjemná šlamastika. Takisto goblinov neviem nájsť. Mali som si zase tu neodrž grša tiež, že sa zase prihára. Poviem, je to fúška, je to futer, je to pervitín. Ako Daigon ma nejako nežere. Potom chytí tie vredy hlavne. Chcem to dáme tých 2. Môžeme dať aj tamto. Nech dáme 100. 200 pagody chore. Poď za mnou. Dáme trošku viacej crackerov na jedné žlást. Poviem, to je žena, no ono je to... Ona je extrémne komplikovaná. To nikdy nevieš, ako to pôjde. Taký kindervajce. Nikdy nevieš, čo vytiahneš. To je úplná galiba, úplná pagoda. Úplná svastika. Ja sa popravde ani nechce už dávať tie misie na tých lizardov. Ale nie, že nechce, nemám na to, ale... Nemám na to peniaze jednoducho. To je ten problém, ktorý tu je. Fakt na to nemám peniaze. Mám už iba 900 000, čo je nič. Pretože 12 000 stojí reset misie. A to keď prešustrujem túto na 29 krát som to nedal. Toto je to, že to je strašne malá šanca tam lizardov. A ostatné misie sa mi nechce vytačiť. To znamená asi toľko k tomu. Čo týka tej gobline akcie, tak to aj nevidím. Jak to, že tu prší, no ja... Tuto v tomto Pure Light Deal prší najviac. To je jak parafráza dažďa, to je parafráza dažďa. Poviem, priorita je táto žena. Ale zajtra je priorita spraviť jedenkrát kryptoaugmentácie. Až keď spravím augmentáciu, už potom pôjdem na ženu, pretože... Zajtra je priorita augmentácia. Tento dungeon môže počkať. Tento sa môže hromadiť. Tu vec sme v pohode, máme rezervu. Čo je veľmi dobré. Lenže to bude vyresetované zajtra, táto pagoda. Zajtra by som kryptoaugmentáciu chcel vytočiť jednu. Ako prvú. Keby to príliš dlho trvalo, že to len vytočiť kryptoaugmentácie, tak by som hodil náhodnú samčku. Volili by sme nejakú náhodnú paseku. Každý deň môžeš mať 15. 15 na accessories a 15 zábrania. Čo je solidné, dáš trošku na burcové. Otázka je, či ideme z 4480 na ten bracelet. Alebo radšej by som dorazil ten set. To je tá filozofia. Máme jedného healera pripraveného. Máme tu šlamastiku. Poďme sa pozrieť na pláž znova. Á, tí gobliny nikde nie sú, to neviem. No si myslím, že ich bude dosť tých goblinov, ale hovno, to je zriedkavé ako sáčka. To ako... je zriedkavé ako sáčka. Nie je to sranda, no žijú dole na 990. Dáte po 900 a hneď ho klikneme a zoberiem, dobrá? Dáte po 900 a hneď by som ho zobral. V momente, ako dajú po 900, ako dajú za 850, tak ho hneď kliknem. Takisto tie ryby neexistujú. Ani ryby neexistujú. Ani gobliny neexistujú. To je všetko skurvisenský booby trap. Všetko radom do nohy je booby trap. Skurvený, chorý booby trap. Bože, tieto vaše srečky, to ja sú úplne kvodu. Kočina. Už je prišiel nás depoch. To je úplne sáčka. Už je prišiel nás depoch a točili sme konečne kvalitu. To je aspoň dobrý pocit. V týchto extrémne zlých časoch teplotných výkyvov. Tu neexistujú ani goblini, ani tie ryby neexistujú, čo je veľmi zaujímavé. Koľko rýb som odchytil, nechytil som ani jednu tú pičnú rybu. To je neuveriteľné. Sa trošku lustruje. Špáci odchádzajú a prichádzajú ako jelita. Chorí jedinci. A môžem povedať jednu pozitívnu vec. Už dostali sme 1500 coinov. Čo je solidný tabak. No. Idem na tú pláž znova. Ale aj tie ryby, to je čo za kokotinu. Aj tie ryby neexistujú, to je dá zmysel. Neexistujú gobliny, neexistujú ryby. Neuveriteľné. Ile odišiel? Ani gobliny, ani ryby. Ako to neuveriteľné. Ako to je fakt neuveriteľné. Ako je to veľa týchto kameňov, ale... No. Už zoberiem toto, dobre?
Alandia has made her way to the altar. Everyone, stand guard!
Se rozpadáva skupina znova. Jeden hnoj, že odišiel. Kde pobehol, jo? To bude foto. To už je foto. Je to tvrdé, je to tvrdé. Neviem, speeche sú šokujúce. Chvíle to nemáme. Chvíle sa odlogoval. To je skorumpované. Skorumpovaná skupina. Našiel som skupinu skorumpovanú. Ja. Kde je ten kokotí hýle? A není hýle, to je sáčka. Takový jedinec. To je skorumpovaná skupina. To je skorumpovaná skupina. Vítam sa veľký level korupcie. Strašne vysoký level korupcie. Nemáme ľudí. Tu má 33 000 života ako engage. A s 30 špakmi to v živote nepôjde. To je môj význam. To nemá význam. To nemá význam. Je to chore, ale to nemá význam. To healer je non-stop mŕtvý. Engage má menej života ako ja. Ale je to chore. To nie je šanca, to ako zabudni. Konať nebude. Si vyhod z hlavy. Si vyhod z kešene. Ako samozrejme skúsime to vylízať, ale to je... To niečo. A to zabudnite, ale... Ja si dám tyčku. To nie je žiadne tajomstvo, že kalendár je skôr vesensky vylízaný boss. Takže na to je neskôršie vylizovať. A vždy očakávam veľké problémy s tým bossom, vždy to je. To je extrémne šokujúce, ale minulý týždeň to išlo ako srvátka, ale inak je to minulý týždeň nebol kokotí event. A o 10. sme našli skupinu pičesov, ktorá si nakúpila za € peniaze a to už išlo. Za € veci a to už išlo. A to je ťažko tam, no. Ako môžeme odkúpiť hento, ale nevidím to zmysel. Ak mi prémiový Battle Pass dá také isté seačky ako toto, oni sú úplný kokoti na to. Dáme vám jeden Kalantia shard. Jeden Kalantia, vy kokoti. Jeden Kalantia shard. Jeden Kalantia shard vám dáme. Bože, chojú ľudia. Skúsim ísť po 50-ku. Nevidím to zmysel, to nejde. Už aj nepotrebujem nejaké extra levely. To je ďalšia vec. Zlepšujeme 25-ku. Odtiaľ to preč, rozsvetneme to. To ma zaujíma, kde je tá pičná aréna. Tie zápasy budem potrebovať tiež robiť. Zatiaľ to nejako extra nesilí. Ale...
Greetings, Captain. Thank you for your hard work.
Ale tak ma to zaujímalo.
I know. Cherish it.
Taking
all
this new equipment.
Hi, welcome.
Čiže sedneme to. Ja, to problém, no. Tak všetci sme vedeli, že to nebudeme lízať. A tak snažíme sa nejako prežiť v tejto divočine. Uvidím, ako sa to bude rysovať. Zatiaľ to vyzerá... Aspoň niečo točiť. Aspoň niečo otáčať, no. Môžeme otáčať do Oblivionu tento vrat. To vradar. Ako tie dungeony som nezažil. Strašne nezažil. Neviem ako vydržím do tretej točiť, asi nevydržím. Fúha, ťažko povedať. Uvidíme. O tretí máme kšeft. Shit, man. Dajte mi ešte toto, už keď sme tu.
Calandria has made her way to the altar. Everyone, stand guard!
Nechybalo veľa, aby ona... Toto je paseka, toto je chorá paseka. Oni ho hýli doplná. Teď som náspäť. Som neoplatí sa mi sa ste kojati. Si myslím. To je dosť veľa pitchisov.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance, it's free.
A dokážem ísť na zem toho fachu. Skurvený čísej. Ako sa hýbu celý na trhu. Čízujú ty hajzli, to nedá. To čízovanie. Môžeš dostať bán. A to promiskuuje jedný cheesing. hlava, extrémne som hlava. Fuck. Chore. Tak nezaživné, tak chore, man. Nezaživné, chore, odrbané. pán.
Punishing blade!
Good. Finally. Zase má luk. Jistě, páne. Extra mikrospánky, extra mikiny. Extra mikiny. No, kto to dostal? 2. Cześć, tylko, a? Oj, shit. Dostali sme 2 tieto bohatstva. O, jedného máme z krku. Oblivion Wrath Stompers. I guess we can use them, but not really. Well, we got Oblivion Wrath Stompers. Which is pretty solid, to be honest. You can use them for maximum life. But it's not the worst. Like, we got Oblivion Wrath Stompers. Giving us some options, but the perception is not good there. It's kind of fucking. A dobre dozbierky, dobre dozbierky. Dobre dozbierky. Taká zbierková kategória.
That smell. Something foul's crawled in here. But you can't get through here. Only as promised know how to make a path.
Ako sa vyvíjal celý nátrh. Celý nátrh.
The corridor. No! They discovered the secret!
A máme Oblivion Drive topánky. Jestli bylo většího, se slabé jako Fred. A... Jsou využitelné. Teoreticky, jo. Jo. Máme to. love this guy. Tohle je masívno. Tyjo. Finally. God bless. Co to je pesáčky, ten hnilobák. What is this guy here? Oh, fuck off. What are you doing?
This is the end. Die.
Oh. No, I need to those are pages oh, that is red now, I guess. Také za vyčerpaný. Давай. Ладно, становится запряг, I guess. Ладно, shall see.
This is the end. Die. still. This is the end. Die.
No, co máme?
Now hold still. I will burn you all!
Cook.
for this.
Ty pičicové normálne dávajú 50 coinov. Tak to som nevedel. To je chore. Viac zbraň potreba. Tam je lehyčenca miasa náhodou.
I will burn you all.
Radek Scorchy. That's pretty good. to má ten Clear as Night? Petrification resistance.
The resistance is here.
The desert. Lepšie to nebude ako tí dva bossovia. Myslím, že to sa môžeme spoľahnúť. Môžeme zobrať toto. Máme 15 srvatiek. Lepšie to nebude.
Where are you off to, Tata?
máme 103. Čo je taký základ? Color of nature's wrath. Trošku tabaku. Trikotov. No, myslím, že to bude lepšie. Lepšie to nebude, ale môžem vyskúšať samozrejme. Vyskali sme pičného Amitoja. Vyskali sme toho dezertného Lízela. Či popevne extrémne silná káva, že Lízel. Extrémne silná káva. Kalantia dneska nebude, dali sme dvoch. A popravde dať dvoch extrémne silná káva. Tiež. Dvoch petožrutov. Extrém mázané. Extrém mázané. Zajtra je priorita doraziť Galantiu a potom doraziť augmentáciu. Augmentačnú kryptu. Ideálne bolo, keď som to vylízal teraz, ale to, že mimo našej jurisdikcie to vylízať, pravdepodobne máš našej jurisdikcie. Mimo našej jurisdikcie. To vylízať. A už sa nebudeme klamať. Mimo našej jurisdikcie. Ale sa blížime k tomu lišiactvu. Ako najťažšie je prvý, lebo tam sa nagrupujú ešte tí pičolizači. Druhý je ľahší, lebo na druhého musíš poraziť prvého, to znamená, tam sa vyfiltrujú nejakí pičolizači. Potom prináša srvátky a mákové nárezy. Potom prináša srvátky a mákové nárezy. Takisto nejakú šťavu. Máme nejaké knoflikáže. Nie je to najlepší sútok, ale máme nejaké knoflikáše. Samozrejme, že máme nejaké knoflikáše. A pochám, že dáme Kalantiu do tej tretej exista. A to je v kľude už. Dôležité sme dali tých dvoch. To pičná žena sa snad dorazí zajtra. Potom kryptoaugmentáciu na tých 9000 vylizovať. Dá sa povedať, že sme v závetri. Dá sa povedať, že sme v závetri. A teda, čo chceme byť, áno, v závetri. Budem sa vyčmuť, keď nejaké pikošky zamotajte si. A popri tom samozrejme ako čmuť, potom ako sa vyčmudím. A dáme napad pánovi Štolverkovi, nášmu Gargamelovi. Nášmu Petolízačovi. A dám mu napiť predtým, ako pôjdem čmudiť. Som ostal sám vylizovať tabak. Jo, vznikol. Zavolal sa na Manticore Battle. Evžena Gregora. Preto. Damn. To bolo tesno. Skoro som to mal. Doslova chýbali 2 sekundy. Sekundy. Úplne sa zavolal, že jedné sú tie kokoty chore. Úplne sa zavolal. Sprostý Manticore bratia. Evgena Gregor. My God. Och. Som zabol na kokotského Evžena a primitívneho Gregora. Ako to vyzerá tu. Že to 8-hodinové sústo. Musím to vypnúť. God damn it, no nič, dáme ďalšie kreka.